Bien, je vous en prie. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Soyez les bienvenus ici. Je vous en prie, installez-vous. Sit down, please. Je salue l'ensemble des délégations et chefs de délégation qui sont ici présents ou représentés, en saluant les différents membres du gouvernement, les ambassadeurs. Saluer aussi les nombreux parlementaires qui sont ici présents, les chefs d'état-major, les représentants des chefs d'état-major étrangers. L'ensemble de nos propres chefs d'état-major sont ici. Je salue le SEMA, le délégué général pour l'armement, les chefs d'état-major d'armée, le major général des armées. On est très heureux de vous accueillir ici cet après-midi au moment de ce sommet unique en son genre, co-présidé avec l'Inde. Je vous quitterai à la fin de ce propos pour me rendre à Orly et accueillir le Premier ministre Modi. 6 ou 11 février, 107 pays ici rassemblés, avec les premières rencontres et les premiers moments ayant eu lieu ce week-end, notamment liées aux questions liées à la science, à la médecine, à la culture, mais également aussi à la stratégie. Un sommet qui nous permet autant de nous passionner des questions amont de l'intelligence artificielle, la maîtrise évidemment des technologies, les organisations mondiales, les questions des partenariats, j'y reviendrai dans un instant, mais aussi l'aval, c'est-à-dire les usages. Qu'est-ce qu'on est en droit d'attendre de l'application de cette intelligence artificielle? Alors, c'est un petit clin d'œil de l'histoire, mais nous sommes le 10 février 2025 et le 10 février 1996, c'est la première fois où Garry Kasparov était battu sur la première manche par l'ordinateur Deep Blue, avant, dans les sessions suivantes, de battre l'ordinateur lui-même. Et c'est un moment clé, il y a 29 ans maintenant, de l'affrontement entre la machine et un être humain, et pas n'importe quel être humain. Alors au fond, cet après-midi, avec nos chefs d'état-major, on a souhaité avoir une séance de travail orientée sur, évidemment, les questions de défense. On est à l'école militaire, c'est évidemment l'endroit idéal dans notre histoire pour réfléchir, se poser, évidemment, un certain nombre de questions sur les ruptures dans les usages. Et rupture dans les usages dit quelque chose d'encore plus terrible, au fond, et en tout cas quelque chose qui est très profond, qui est donc la rupture dans la manière de conduire les opérations et de faire la guerre. La question aussi de comment nous devons nous y prendre, qu'est-ce qui doit être spécifique à la matière défense, au contraire, qu'est-ce qui doit s'inspirer des questions civiles, quels sont les pièges, enfin, dans lesquels ils ne font pas, évidemment, tomber. Donc, je vais essayer de tracer quelques éléments de réflexion pour cet après-midi. Vous allez avoir de nombreux ateliers, de nombreuses conversations, des rencontres aussi avec un certain nombre d'entreprises. Je les salue, beaucoup de représentants d'entreprises, de petites et moyennes entreprises, de start-up françaises, européennes, venues aussi des 4 coins du monde, qui sont ici représentés cet après-midi. Donc ça va être un moment dans lequel on va pouvoir réfléchir. Alors réfléchir aux usages, c'est mon premier point. Je pense que c'est la thématique sur laquelle les différents états-majors des différents pays sont les plus avancés. En tout cas, je vais les lister ici de manière un peu scolaire et académique, mais c'est pour organiser un tout petit peu nos travaux. Mais enfin, ils sont globalement connus. C'est évidemment la question de l'analyse et du traitement des données en grande quantité, en masse, aussi en rapidité. C'est vrai sur le champ de bataille. C'est vrai aussi en matière de renseignement. Et on le voit bien que l'intelligence artificielle produit déjà sa première révolution dans la manière dont nos agences de renseignement, tant sur le territoire national qu'orientées vers l'extérieur, est en train de travailler. Et je pense que cette petite révolution va vite produire ses effets, assez vite en tout cas, dans la manière de collaborer aussi entre les différentes agences. La deuxième des révolutions dans les usages, en tout cas, d'apparition de nouveaux besoins, c'est évidemment sur les systèmes autonomes. Autrement dit, les robots et les drones. Et au fond, leur apparition était déjà une révolution en tant que telle. Et on voit bien que l'intelligence artificielle, lorsqu'elles sont emportées par les plateformes dronisées ou les robots, sont dans leur deuxième révolution. Et donc on est sur une révolution au carré, qui est évidemment un sujet qui doit nous amener à faire des retours d'expérience importants de ce qui se passe évidemment en Ukraine, comment percer des zones dangereuses, comment évoluer dans des zones qui sont particulièrement brouillées, comment la distance s'installe entre la plateforme, la dangerosité du champ de bataille et le combattant, qui sont des éléments dont on voit bien qu'en 2 ou 3 années déjà, les vérités d'il y a 3 ans, oui, ne sont plus du tout les mêmes aujourd'hui. Troisième usage, pardonnez-moi, l'aide à la décision. C'est évidemment le cas des planifications des missions, de l'optimisation des ressources, mais aussi de la prédiction des actions ennemies, et ça vous y reviendrez, je le crois, tout à l'heure. C'est vrai aussi en matière d'usage sur la détection, l'identification des cibles, comment acquérir une plus grande précision. C'est vrai du combat air-air, air-sol, c'est vrai de l'artillerie, c'est vrai également du retour d'expérience de ce que nous pouvons voir en mer Rouge, la question évidemment des dommages collatéraux, la question de la cyberdéfense, comment l'intelligence artificielle vient là aussi améliorer la détection des attaques dans nos systèmes cyber, l'entrave de ces menaces, jusqu'à, pourquoi pas, de voir naître des cybercombattants virtuels, en quelque sorte, venant densifier les salles de défense ou les salles d'attaque. Et puis, bien sûr, on pourrait parler de formation, on pourrait parler de simulation, on pourrait parler d'économie de guerre, de transformation de l'industrie de défense, de maintien en conditions opérationnelles, d'optimisation des coûts des programmes d'armement, autant de sujets sur lesquels la Délégation générale à l'armement avance avec nos industriels de défense. Mais enfin, une fois que je vous ai dit tout ça, je ne vous ai rien appris, puisque, au fond, c'est l'ensemble des usages que nous connaissons et que nous tentons de documenter. Et je pense que les armées étrangères qui sont ici sont arrivées au même point de réflexion sur leurs propres besoins. Ce qui est intéressant dans ce sommet de tenir cet après-midi, c'est de se dire, mais au fond, quelles sont les particularités liées au monde militaire et aux questions de la défense. Et quels sont donc cet après-midi les éléments sur lesquels moi j'espère, en tout cas comme politique, comme ministre, et je suis certain les différents décideurs qui sont ici rassemblés dans l'amphithéâtre, c'est de se dire, mais au fond, nos travaux doivent nous amener à accélérer sur quel point d'effort. Moi j'en vois plusieurs. Bon, le premier, c'est évidemment la question de l'éthique, de la doctrine et de la réglementation. Souvent en Europe, d'ailleurs, on est tenté de démarrer par la régulation avant même de maîtriser les capacités, la technologie et le savoir-faire. Et il est vrai que mon ministère a résisté à toute forme de régulation, en tout cas d'édiction de normes inutiles, pour dire les choses très clairement, avant même d'être en capacité de maîtriser l'ensemble de nos besoins et de nos capacités à développer cette intelligence artificielle. Nous y sommes arrivés, ce n'est pas pour autant qu'il faut repousser ce débat éthique. On l'a fait pour les drones, en son temps. Il y a un comité d'éthique militaire, je crois que M. Pêcheur est avec nous, il est ici, avec un avis qui a été rendu il y a de cela maintenant quelques semaines, qui commence à jalonner au fond les conditions incrémentales de ce que doit être une éthique en matière d'utilisation d'intelligence artificielle en matière de défense. Et d'ailleurs, un des éléments de ce rapport, qui est intéressant, revient à quelque chose que nous avions nous-mêmes français développé dans les années 60 pour la maîtrise de l'atome à des fins militaires, pour notre dissuasion nucléaire. C'est évidemment la question de la maîtrise souveraine de la technologie et de l'arsenalisation, c'est-à-dire être capable de maîtriser de A à Z la technologie, est une des meilleures garanties d'éthique que nous puissions avoir. C'est un des éléments du rapport. Je le livre ici, en tout cas, à votre réflexion. Ça pose la question du contrôle de l'homme sur l'intelligence artificielle. Est-ce que, c'est ce que le président de la République disait hier au soir lors de son intervention devant les Français et la presse indienne au Grand Palais, c'est au fond, est-ce que l'intelligence artificielle se substitue au combattant ou est-ce qu'il est un assistant du combattant? Et il est fort à parier que d'un pays à l'autre, les doctrines pourraient diverger en fonction des différents systèmes politiques. C'est donc évidemment un des éléments clés de la réflexion. Le deuxième, c'est quelle est la part de dualité, d'adhérence avec le civil. Quelle est la part donc de complémentarité? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut donc à tout prix maîtriser d'un point de vue étatique, les armées, le régalien, l'État, et au fond, qu'est-ce qu'il est moins grave de déléguer, de sous-traiter, soit à des entreprises de défense, soit même à des entreprises civiles. Je le dis souvent, la révolution des drones vient avant tout du fait que ces drones venaient de la sphère civile et se sont imposés au monde militaire, là où la plupart des grandes ruptures technologiques jusqu'alors étaient militaires et trouvaient ensuite évidemment une application civile, Internet étant probablement l'exemple le plus connu et le plus fameux. Et pour nous, ça nous pose des questions qui sont redoutables. C'est qu'est-ce que l'on garde dans cette arsenalisation? Qu'est-ce que l'on fait avec notre propre agence, l'AMIAD, dont Bertrand Rondepierre est ici présent et interviendra cet après-midi? Et au fond, qu'est-ce qu'on est prêt à déléguer, y compris à nos champions français, on ne peut pas ne pas citer Mistral, et donc aussi, de par là même, qu'est-ce que nous déléguons qui nous permet d'accélérer le fait d'avoir des leaders civils, et en même temps, qu'est-ce qu'il faut à tout prix garder pour nous. Sur certains usages, je le dis devant nos officiers généraux français, nous avons évidemment une doctrine qui est simple et évidente. Sur d'autres, c'est moins vrai. Et ça, c'est évidemment un des points de réflexion qui va nous guider, en tout cas nous, tout au long de l'année 2025 au sein du ministère des Armées françaises. Troisième remarque, même esprit, même logique, quelle est la part de coopération internationale que l'on est prêt à consentir? On le fait bien pour un certain nombre de systèmes d'armes classiques, conventionnels, et qu'est-ce que l'on doit à tout prix faire tout seul? Quelle est la part de souveraineté que l'on assume là-dedans? Et donc là aussi, la question est redoutable parce que ça pose des questions liées évidemment au GAFA et donc aussi à cette nouvelle organisation du monde à travers un certain nombre de grands géants, notamment américains, et avec l'impact que cela peut avoir. Et l'amiral Vendier est avec nous. Ça pose d'autres questions aussi au sein de l'OTAN. En tout cas, pour celles et ceux qui sont membres de l'Alliance Atlantique, ça pose des questions aussi de transformation de l'Alliance. Et donc, on voit bien, pour la première fois depuis l'histoire de l'OTAN, une interface entre le privé et le public. En tout cas, comment les GAFA américains peuvent avoir un rôle de standardisation ou d'émission de normes, ou en tout cas de process, qui peuvent avoir un impact au sein d'une alliance militaire. Je n'ai pas la réponse à cette question, mais c'est bien pour ça que je vous la pose. Et en tout cas, moi, elle m'intéresse de voir comment cette dualité par les coopérations doit évidemment se faire. Autre remarque, la quatrième, comment garder son avance? Je pense que c'est une des grandes différences entre l'intelligence artificielle en matière civile et en matière de défense. Certains usages trouveront évidemment leur satisfaction dans un niveau de technologie et les choses avanceront et fonctionneront très bien. Le champ de bataille, par définition, est un champ de bataille relatif, il n'est pas absolu. C'est une chose que d'avoir une fragilité, encore faut-il que les autres soient encore plus fragiles que vous. Et donc là, je vois représentants de Naval Group, d'NBDA, d'un certain nombre d'entreprises françaises, ce sont des conversations que nous avons par ailleurs, c'est de se dire comment on garde cette avance. Et vous le voyez bien, dans les années 60, 70, 80, la question de l'avance spatiale ou de l'avance nucléaire s'est traduite par une forme de crainte de prolifération. Et donc à la fois, il nous faut conquérir des capacités de maîtrise de ces technologies, et en même temps, à quel moment, au nom de la supériorité sur le champ de bataille, on a une fuite en avant complète et donc une non-maîtrise de l'intelligence artificielle. Alors évidemment, quand les Français ont dit ça, on est toujours suspect de vouloir faire la morale, c'est parfois vrai. On est toujours suspect de vouloir aussi mettre du calme par tempérament, par caractère dans le développement des technologies. Mais l'histoire, pour le coup, nous a enseigné des choses sur lesquelles je crois qu'il est bon de nous pencher. Jusqu'à quel point va-t-on vers une compétition débridée qui, au fond, créerait des renversements stratégiques que personne n'aurait anticipés, y compris si vous connectez la question nucléaire à la question de l'intelligence artificielle, qui peut ouvrir un nouveau champ non documenté, y compris en matière de droit international. Bon, et enfin, la dernière question, qui est la plus importante, est-ce que tout ça est fiable? Est-ce que tout ça va fonctionner? Et c'est évidemment une des particularités de l'intelligence artificielle en matière de défense, c'est la question de la résilience, c'est la question de la robustesse de l'intelligence artificielle. On ne peut pas ne pas oublier les premiers mois de la guerre en Ukraine, dans lesquels l'ensemble des dispositifs radio étaient tellement brouillés que les forces armées russes et ukrainiennes, de chaque côté, sont repassées par le réseau filière. Et donc se sont retrouvés dans une connectivité à l'ancienne, repassant par le cuivre, pour avoir justement les libertés d'action et de communication, là où le brouillage ne permettait plus de le faire. Et c'est évidemment, au-delà même de la question de la frugalité, en termes de consommation d'énergie, parce que sur un champ de bataille, la question de l'énergie n'a rien d'anecdotique, c'est évidemment la question de l'empoisonnement de cette intelligence artificielle, mais jusqu'à quel point même, sur le terrain des principes, nous abandonnons complètement à l'intelligence artificielle. Je parlais tout à l'heure de prédiction de ce que l'ennemi peut faire. Il se trouve que l'impact amoureux que Joséphine a eu sur Napoléon, empereur des Français, semblait complètement redoutable dans sa capacité à prendre des décisions sur le champ de bataille. Et donc, on le voit bien, la bonne dose, et on revient aussi à la question de l'éthique à certains égards, mais la bonne dose entre l'assistance du soldat et la capacité du soldat à garder la maîtrise de cette affaire vaut aussi pour les ingénieurs et vaut aussi pour les systèmes d'armes. Et ça, c'est une question clé, notamment en matière de plan B, la résilience en tant que telle, et de faire en sorte que nos systèmes, par l'intelligence artificielle, soient évidemment beaucoup plus efficaces demain, c'est une évidence, mais cette efficacité doit aussi passer par des scénarios de crise, en tout cas qui sont difficiles. Je ne veux pas être plus long, vous l'avez compris, la France prend le leadership en matière d'intelligence artificielle militaire en Europe. On le fait parce qu'on a cette culture justement de l'arsenal, on le fait parce que nous avons une bonne école mathématique, on le fait parce que nous avons l'école polytechnique, on le fait parce que nous sommes le premier pays d'Europe à se doter de capacités de calcul de dernière génération dans des environnements qui sont classifiés, qui nous permettent donc aussi de toucher à des thématiques et à des sujets de recherche qui sont particuliers. On le fait parce que précisément on raisonne autant sur l'amont que l'aval. On le fait parce qu'on a une bonne dualité entre le civil et le militaire. On le fait parce que notre dissuasion nucléaire nous impose de toutes les façons de maîtriser souverainement un certain nombre de programmes pour l'avenir. Et on le fait parce que notre doctrine est ouverte. Néanmoins, si nous le faisons avec vous toutes et vous tous cet après-midi, c'est bel et bien parce que on veut le faire en cohérence avec notre diplomatie, nos valeurs. On veut évidemment le faire en refusant toute forme de logique de bloc et avoir quelque chose qui soit utile pour notre sécurité collective, puisque j'en termine par une évidence. Si tout cela existe, c'est évidemment parce que l'on croit au progrès et que le progrès doit nous permettre de faire en sorte que le monde aille mieux demain qu'il ne va aujourd'hui. Et c'est en cela que ce temps diplomatique, ce temps scientifique, militaire qui nous réunit à Paris depuis maintenant 2 jours et singulièrement sur le sommet formel aujourd'hui et demain, de nous permettre aussi d'apporter des éclairages, une vision et je le crois des réponses concrètes dans un moment unique pour la sécurité du monde. Bienvenue à Paris, bonne conférence, bon sommet à toutes et à tous. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to welcome you here at École Militaire to attend these military talks as part of the AI Action Summit. Over the course of the afternoon, it will aim to explore different topical aspects and subjects of the development of AI in military affairs, such as the assessment of AI on the battlefield today, many challenges linked to the development of qualified and reliable models, issues such as the development of systems in limited environments in terms of energy consumption, or governance approaches. This, the keyword of the afternoon is multi-stakeholder, to allow productive discussions between all our high-level speakers and representatives from governments, international organizations, think tanks, industrial and civil society. The afternoon will be divided into keynotes, roundtable and discussion, and demonstrations from industrial. And for your information, the whole event will be broadcast on YouTube. I would like to welcome now our first speaker, Mr. Shashank Joshi, please. Mr. Joshi, you are a defense editor for The Economist. Hi. You cover national security, intelligence, nuclear and military affairs. You are also a visiting senior research fellow for the Department of War Studies in King's College. You regularly give lectures at the Defense Academy of the United Kingdom. And you recently co-chaired the review board for the AI Cybersecurity Essay Prize run by the Munich Security Conference and Biting Hook. Today you will share your vision about AI on the battlefield. And thank you again for the honor of being with us today. Mr. Joshi, the floor is yours.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui dans cette prestigieuse institution, un lieu où l'on attend réfléchir à l'avenir de la guerre. C'est un plaisir de retrouver ici de vieux amis. À une époque où l'Europe est soumise à tant de pression de toutes parts, je suis également touché que vous ayez invité une voix britannique à s'adresser à vous. Si vous me le permettez, je vais continuer en anglais afin de bien préciser mes réflexions. My speech today is about AI on the battlefield. I want to set out three big use cases: autonomy, insight, and decision support. And I want to raise three challenges, many of those just raised by the Minister himself. But I want to start by looking at the past, because the history of AI is intimately bound up with the history of war. The most important European conference of the early computer age took place right here in Paris, less than an hour's walk from this building, I think, in 1951. In 1951, the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique hosted a symposium of the most important computer scientists of the age. The title was Les machines à calculer et la pensée humaine, calculating machines and human thought. The proceedings were never translated into English, so the conference isn't always as well known as it should be. In one way or another, every scientist at that conference in 1951 had a connection to the world of war. The man behind the conference was Louis Cuffinel, the pioneer of French computing. During the war, he turned his laboratory into a center for calculating artillery fire. Alvin Walther from Germany had helped Werner von Braun make rocket calculations. There was Norbert Wiener, the MIT scientist, who later worked on the automation of anti-aircraft fire, a field that then influenced his work on cybernetics. And there was W.S. McCulloch, who did path-breaking work on neural networks, the approach to artificial intelligence that underpins so many of the models that have turned our world upside down in recent years. McCulloch's idea was the artificial neuron, a concept modeled on the workings of the human brain. That concept influenced a man called Frank Rosenblatt. He had built a computer called the Perceptron Mark I, first demonstrated, I think, in 1960. And about the same time, the CIA in America was pondering a difficult question. The agency was drowning in data. It had piles of photographs taken first by U-2 spy planes, later on by Corona spy satellites in space. Humans could not look at these photographs quickly enough. They were being swamped. So, the CIA funded the Perceptron in the hope of automatically identifying objects of interest like Soviet ships, submarines, and buildings. That experiment, that pioneering experiment, fell short. There was not enough training data available at the time. The models weren't good enough. Humans were still better. Today, that task has been solved, at least in part, and many of the companies represented here today are busy solving it. Automated analysis of satellite imagery is now routine. Algorithms flag up when something appears on a new satellite image. Analysts, perhaps some of you in this room, no longer have to wake up each morning and sift through photos of yesterday night, one by one, until you find the object that matters. Last year, Jim Hockenhull, who's the commander of Britain's Strategic Command and oversees defense intelligence in my country, told me that he thought his analysts had become twice as effective as a result. So that's the first thing AI is doing. It is providing insight. Now, that's partly about finding patterns in data. Some of those patterns are relatively straightforward. Finding a tank in a satellite image, picking out a keyword in intercepted voice communications. But some of those patterns are much, much more complex. They're about identifying complex behaviors or intentions or predicting what will happen next. Let's take an example of that. Take your mind to Afghanistan in 2020. America was pulling out of the country. It was therefore withdrawing its spy planes and other intelligence assets. But Taliban attacks were still rising. So a group of American intelligence officers built a tool called Raven Sentry. Raven Sentry was a neural network. It was trained on two things: historical data on violence in Afghanistan and open sources such as weather data, social media posts, news, and of course commercial satellite images. By October 2020, the model had achieved, I am told, 70% accuracy, meaning that if it judged an attack to be likely in a particular area with the highest probability, that is 80 to 90%, an attack subsequently occurred 70% of the time. That was a level of performance, notably, that was similar to the human analysts who did the same job, but it was much, much faster. It was also able to see patterns that were not obvious to humans. The CEO of the company who built the model told me, "I was struggling to understand why it was working so well. Then we broke it apart and we realized the signatures were evident in the towns. The towns somehow knew." What was happening was that optical satellites, those that sense light, would observe towns becoming darker at night just prior to attacks taking place. The level of artificial lighting would fall. However, in those areas of the towns associated with enemy activity in the past, those places would get brighter. On top of that, synthetic aperture radar satellites, those that send out radar pulses rather than relying on optical ambient light, would pick up the metallic reflections of heightened vehicle activity. Other satellites would also detect higher levels of carbon dioxide emissions, though it isn't entirely clear why. Take all this together. Attacks were more likely when several risk factors came together. When the temperature was above 4 degrees Celsius, when lunar illumination, the illumination of the moon, was below 30%, and it was not raining. In some cases, I was told, attacks took place in the exact same locations, at the exact same time, with the same weapons as those against the Soviet occupation 40 years earlier. Raven Sentry was learning all the time. It was getting better when it was shut down as America pulled out of Kabul. If you did the same exercise today, there is reason to think it would be even better. Synthetic aperture radar images had a 10-meter resolution at the time, and today we can see at resolutions of below 1 meter. That's insight. That's the first of the 3 big changes being wrought by AI on the battlefield. The second task is autonomy, the ability to navigate and act in the world with less intervention by a human. And I think the place to start here is obviously Ukraine. Now, in this room, with extensive military experience, I think we all understand that electronic warfare, jamming, has made it increasingly difficult for any pilot to navigate or maneuver a drone onto his or her target. We also know that AI guidance has been the solution to this. A small, inexpensive, and in many cases commercially available chip on the drone allows it to lock onto the target even if the link to the pilot is lost. I think we may not understand, however, how quickly this is evolving. A year ago, from my experience of Ukraine, some of the best AI guidance systems could lock on to their targets from 500 meters away. By last summer, so just a few months later, they could lock on from 1 kilometer away, making them much more difficult to jam. My sources now tell me that AI systems are sometimes locking on to targets at distances of more than 2 kilometers. There's an interesting lesson here. That improvement has occurred not because the models have dramatically changed, though in some cases they have, but because the sensors they rely on have become better. Better cameras, means better resolution of images. The advantage of all this isn't just tactical. It isn't just getting past jamming. When I reported on Ukraine's use of first-person view, or FPV drones, about a year ago, I was told that in some newly formed units where people had little training, hit rates, the success rate, the rate of penetration of a drone to the target, was as low as 10 to 15%. If you wanted to be sure of hitting a target, you might need to use 6 or even 10 drones. Even the very best trained elite units, such as those associated with Ukrainian military intelligence, had hit rates of perhaps 70 or 80%. Today, data from the battlefield suggests that the hit rate for the newest AI-guided drones is currently well above 80%. If you only need 1 or 2 drones to strike a Russian tank, rather than 6 or 10, this has a dramatic impact on the cost per kill. In wars of attrition, where the economics of lethality is important, that could be vital. That isn't all. What's just as important is that the training burden declines dramatically. Ukraine and Russia have many drone pilots, but the number of drones will always be higher than the number of skilled pilots. And the average quality of Ukrainian personnel has fallen, unsurprisingly, because less motivated people are conscripted over time. With AI guidance, it has been possible to train operators to high levels of skill within 30 minutes. Now, in your country and in mine, where we all know our armed forces have shrunk dramatically over 30 years, and we all face serious challenges of manpower, that labor-saving aspect of autonomy is potentially extremely significant. At the moment, perhaps just 1/10 of drones in Ukraine are AI-guided. This is not a mass phenomenon. These are the minority on the battlefield. But as they say, in the world of foundation AI models, this is the worst it will ever be. The story of our time is more computational power, higher fidelity sensors, better microelectronics, all at decreasing cost. It would be a great surprise to me if in a year or two, AI guidance was not prevalent across the drone fleets of both countries. The question for us to think about is, will it be prevalent across ours? For many years, the debates over military AI have been focused on autonomous weapons. As the Minister alluded to just before I spoke, experts and diplomats have debated, including at the United Nations, on whether these weapons ought to be banned or restricted. In fact, we seem no closer to defining them. The International Committee of the Red Cross, which has done extensive work in this area, says that autonomous weapon systems are those which choose a target based on a general profile. In other words, a weapon that seeks any tank rather than a specific tank. But let's be clear, this would include many of the drones now being deployed in Ukraine today. So far, we've discussed insight and autonomy. The third task of AI is a bit more difficult to summarize in a word or phrase. I suggest we use decision support. What do I mean by this? Well, insight is about understanding the battlefield. Where is the enemy? What might they do next? Autonomy is about acting. How do I best navigate this drone to that target? As any commander knows, and there are clearly many of you in this audience, a great deal happens in between. Commanders have to make constant decisions. Do I attack or fall back? Where do I focus my attack? How should I split up my forces? Increasingly, AI is helping with these decisions. Today's AI-enabled command and control systems don't just present data to a commander on a nice big screen, they also present options. Let me give you some examples of this. The US Air Force recently asked the RAND Corporation to assess whether AI tools could provide options to what our American friends call a space warfighter, dealing with an incoming threat to a satellite. their conclusion was that yes, AI could indeed recommend high-quality responses. Similarly, DARPA, the Pentagon's blue sky research arm, is working on a program named, with tongue firmly in cheek, the Strategic Chaos Engine for Planning, Tactics, Experimentation and Resiliency, or SEPTA for short, to produce recommended actions for commanders during what they call military engagements at high speed. In other words, generating new war plans in real time. This is genuinely new. Many of the methods used in SEPTA didn't exist a few years ago. One example, for the mathematically inclined among you, is Koopman operator theory. It's an old and obscure mathematical framework that can be used to analyze complex, non-linear systems, the kinds that we see in warfare, in terms of simpler linear algebra. Recent breakthroughs in applying theorems like this have made a number of AI problems more tractable, more solvable. For many armies, the ambition is to build an AI-enabled reconnaissance strike system, a phrase that, as many of you will know, has Soviet origins. That is, a command and control network that can take data from sensors across the battlefield, make sense of that data, and then make intelligent suggestions. I know that in the UK, for instance, the Royal Marines have experimented with a command and control system that could monitor a certain area, decide which drones ought to fly where, and suggest which weapon is best placed and best armed to strike which particular target. So far, I've described how AI is being used in three particular areas: insight, autonomy, decision, support. I'd now like to conclude by reflecting on three challenges. The first is to highlight some of the limitations of these technologies. Let's return to my example of satellite images. The technology is dramatically better than it was when the CIA sought to apply it in the 1960s. But it's not perfect. Last year, I was told that the algorithms being used by America's National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, perhaps one of the biggest and best resourced satellite intelligence agencies anywhere on the planet, had a reliability rate of somewhere in the region of 70 to 80%. And that, of course, varies with target. Jets on an airfield, relatively straightforward. Smaller or more obscure pieces of military hardware, much more difficult. If they're occluded by other objects, much, much more difficult. There are major differences between computer vision in the civilian and military worlds. Facial recognition algorithms have the luxury of images in which a face might make up 80% of the field of view. A missile nestled in the forest in the corner of a satellite image is another matter. As the head of the NGA described to me last year, that object in the satellite image that he is hunting for might be typically, quote, 0.02% of the total image. Training is vital, and there are edge cases galore. It was not until the war in Ukraine, for instance, that the NGA fully realized it would need to train its models to recognize destroyed military equipment in order to conduct battle damage assessment. Second, context is everything. The same weapon that works in an open field in the Donbass, where there are few or no civilians, and where anything that moves is likely to be a legitimate military target, will not work in a heavily populated city. An uncrewed surface vessel that can autonomously navigate in the Black Sea in the summer will struggle in the crowded sea lanes of the South China Sea or in the storms of the mid-Atlantic. Third, it is becoming increasingly difficult to draw a firm line between AI suggestions and AI decisions. My hypothesis that I offer to you is that the line between intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR on the one hand, and command and control, or C2 on the other, the distinction in other words, between making sense of data and acting on that data, is becoming blurred. In 2021, Brigadier General Yossi Sariel, the head of Unit 8200, Israel's Signals Intelligence Unit, published a book called The Human-Machine Team, and he described what that team might be capable of doing. He wrote, it could generate thousands of new targets every day. The problem, he said, was the human. He wrote, and I quote, there is a human bottleneck for both locating the new targets and decision-making to approve the targets. Commanders want to maintain control, but they also want to win. There are obvious military advantages to an AI command and control system that can find and strike targets at a superhuman speed or scale. Last year, 972 magazine, an Israeli outlet, claimed that the Israel Defense Forces were using an AI tool known as Lavender to identify thousands of targets. The IDF said Lavender was simply a database that could cross-reference intelligence sources. But I ask us to ponder the question of at what point a sufficiently complex and intelligent database becomes something more. More importantly, it was reported that human operators were giving only cursory scrutiny to the recommendations of Lavender before ordering strikes. One might argue here that the fault in this instance lies not with the technology, but with the humans using it. The computer did not make them accept its judgment. But we know from history and from other fields that automation bias, the temptation to rely on the outputs of an intelligent system, is real. As decision support systems become more advanced, and it becomes harder to understand the basis of their recommendations or to keep up with their pace and scale, it will become more difficult to maintain meaningful human control. And here's a paradox. Even as AI gives us a clearer sense of the battlefield, piercing the fog of war, war somehow also risks becoming more opaque for the people fighting it. There will be less time to stop and think. As the models give us increasingly oracular judgments, their outputs could become more difficult to scrutinize without ceding the enemy a lethal advantage. Armies will fear if they don't give their AI advisors a longer leash, they will be defeated by an adversary who does. Faster combat and fewer pauses will make it harder to negotiate truces or halt escalation. This may favor defenders who can hunker down while attackers break cover as they advance, but it may also tempt attackers to strike preemptively and with massive force, so as to tear down the sensors and digital networks on which these AI-enabled forces will depend. Is this to be welcomed or feared? Well, I see a growing chasm between two camps. Legal experts and ethicists tell us that AI systems are brittle and unreliable. They cannot distinguish between a short soldier with a real gun and a child with a toy. They cannot distinguish between a wounded soldier slumped over his rifle and a sniper perhaps ready to fire his weapon. Neural networks can be spoofed, they tell us, with innocent patterns that could make a hospital look like a command post. Many AI advocates retort that these skeptics have an overly rosy view of warfare as it exists today. Yes, a strike drone may struggle to recognize a surrendering soldier, but in many circumstances, the alternative would be a barrage of intense shell fire, and shells can't take surrender either. Machines, they argue, might actually be better at distinguishing civilians from combatants in high-pressure situations. Last year, I spoke to Tamir Heyman, a former head of intelligence for the IDF. He told me, we did various kinds of tests where we compared the capabilities and the achievements of the machine and compared them to that of the human. Most tests reveal the machine is far, far, far more accurate. In most cases, it is no comparison. I am not going to arbitrate between these camps today. but I conclude by noting that we are being overtaken by events. Neither Russia, nor for that matter Ukraine, pays much heed to whether a drone is an autonomous weapon system or simply an automated one. Their priority is to build weapons that can evade jamming and destroy as much as possible. Lethality. False positives are not a big concern for a Russian armed force that has bombed more than 1,000 Ukrainian hospitals to date. The subject of that 1951 Paris conference, Les machines à calculer, are with us now. They're in the satellites that scan the Earth daily. They are thick in the skies of Ukraine. They're scattered in the computers that increasingly seek to impose order on a chaotic battlefield. And they are not going away. Merci.
Thank you again, Mr. Joshi. And now let's move on our first fireside chat. I'm sorry there is no fireplace, but 3 handpicked speakers. I would like to invite on stage Admiral Pierre Vendier, NATO Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, Bertrand Rondebière, General Manager of the French Agency for Artificial Intelligence in Defense, and Mr. van der Vlugt, Chief Information Officer of the Netherlands Ministry of Defense.
Hi, everyone. So we start with this roundtable after those 2 very interesting speeches. The idea is to discuss broadly 2 topics. One is, and we kind of saw that in the previous talk, that AI is a game changer on the battleground. And so one of the idea of this roundtable was to have kind of a view on what the military expectations are. And the second one is obviously how to get there, what the kind of challenges we will have to face, and what should we expect to see in the future. So maybe to intro our 2 speakers today. So Admiral Vendier, you had a skyrocketing career to say the least. After starting in the French Naval Academy, you opted for naval aviation, trained as a fighter pilot, commanded multiple ships, squadrons, held program delivery officer positions. But I want to highlight 5 specific ones. So 1, you commanded the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier. You were the head of the military cabinet of the French Ministry of Defense, then appointed the chief of the French Navy, vice-chief of the French Armed Forces, and now, since the summer, you are the NATO Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. And I think you have been driving new technology adoption and pretty fond of digital and AI topics. Mr. van der Vlugt. So I think I heard you say you are a long-time data scientist, so probably way before AI and data was as cool as it is today. You have a background in econometrics, so you have a pretty extensive career that includes working for a large group in IT, I believe, consulting as well as being an entrepreneur in data science and innovation. And you currently serve as the Chief Information Officer of the Netherlands, Netherlands Ministry of Defense, sorry. And if I'm not mistaken, you are in practice in charge of building the strategy and executing on the strategy of everything that comes to IT, cyber, data science, and AI. You sit on the Defense Executive Board and report directly to the Secretary General of Defense. So thank you both for joining me today. And let me start with the first question to you, Admiral Vendier. We're seeing the drastic acceleration of AI development in the civilian world and simultaneously the acceleration of the development of AI in the battlefield. So one common pitfall is to focus on the technology rather than the user. So I kind of turn to you as a user. What would be your expectation from AI in a military, from a military leader perspective? What are you seeing? How are you seeing AI a transformative force? And what should we expect?
Thank you. So I would say just a few words about ACT to understand what is where I speak from. So ACT was one of the 2 strategic commands of NATO. One is for operations, which gets the alliance ready to activate collective defense. And the other one is to transform the alliance to be ready for the future, for the fight tomorrow. So our job goes from foresight to warfight. So we look on the future, we war game, we try to understand what are the threats, and then we descend to capabilities. We develop NATO capabilities, command funded, and we develop concept and doctrine, and then drive them to training and education. ACT is a staff of 1,000 people in Norfolk, of 32 countries, and so we work on this future. So on an ACT perspective, I would say first about AI, we are already in a race. So it's not a question about what will happen in 10 years, it's what happens now. For example, I can tell you that SHAPE, the Supreme Allied staff, which is in Mons, has already chosen an AI-directed software, Maven, to conduct its land operations. That's been decided in December. So this arrives. So I would say three major areas where AI will change and is changing the way we work. The first is in the decision-making process. It has already been told, so I will present it quite simply with the UDE loop. So this loop is the military loop that goes from observation, orient, decide, and act. And so today we see AI already present in all the loop. The observe, and so it has been given some examples on imagery, for example, that today automated systems use the big data coming from the sensors, coming from aircraft, from aliens, from space, and giving a better comprehension of the picture of the battlefield. The decide is the way we use all this data to make to prepare a decision, a military decision. And so it uses huge databases. It uses all the documents. You know that NATO is a huge producer of documents, doctrines. And so it helps the stakeholders and the staff to better decide, to better prepare their decision. Then you have the decision in itself. And today we see arrival of the first simulation tool. We are in a way, and so the contact we have with the US in Norfolk shows that pretty well, that you can test your decision before to play it. So you give the data and say, what is my course of action? And then you see how it works, and then you refine your course of action, and you find a way to be better. And then you have the act, where you see the first systems which have edge computing, embarked AI, it has been said for Ukraine, for example, and so these things are today implemented. The second main area is autonomy, robotics, and so our keynote speaker spoke about that, but so the new, which is coming very fast, is the swarms. Because today the mass will be given by drones, but drones not on FPV, you won't have a man behind each drone, you will have systems of drones. Example, if you have a frigate that has 10 surface drones and 20 under-surface drones to protect from submarines or to do its mission, you won't put 80 people more to monitor each drone. You will give to the system the ability to have a mission design and then to run the mission with no more people aboard. And so that means that AI is 100% necessary to make the swarms work. And the third area, which is coming very fast, is enhanced MDO integration. MDO is multi-domain operations. It's not only for NATO, the 5 domains, so air, sea, land, space, and cyber, but it's all the connections with the civilian area, with the industry, with the critical infrastructures, with the power grid, all that kind of thing, because NATO defense concept is to defend ourselves at home. We don't defend outside, we defend at home. And so MDO is the full integration of data between the military and the civilian branch. And so that makes, we've seen that in Ukraine, resilience, power grid, healthcare, all the things that are at stake when you have a global war on your territory. And so AI will give solutions to better share information and to have a dual political and military system of decision. The two major things, and so I finish on this, is the huge acceleration of the speed of decision. All the process makes works that were asking for days or hours, a question of seconds. And so it's a huge acceleration that overtakes a lot of things in our system and the system of the enemy, we intend to outpace. And the other major thing is a huge change in training and education. We need to have our military will be well trained on this, and it changed the way they prepare themselves for the warfighting.
So you just heard Amiral Vendier. Like, one, do you agree, Mr. Van der Vlugt? And what are you expecting from AI on your side? What has been your strategy to transform the armed forces towards data-driven organization, which is a challenge on its own? And how do you think about deploying AI on the battlefield from your point of view?
Yes, thank you very much. And let me first take the opportunity to thank the French government by organizing this, because it's really great to have so much people in the room, but also such a big event in Paris to have it over here, and where we can share the information on such a big topic like AI. And as you mentioned before, I've been in data science, I think, for some 25 years right now. It's quite a long time. Only we didn't call that data science in those days. We called it mathematics or statistics or econometrics. And what we see nowadays is due to the fact that we have so much data and we have so much computing power, we are really in an exponential shift towards more precision, more scale, more, and so on and so on. So that was what I wanted to start with. But when I look at AI, I think I use a little bit different words for that, but I think there are three elements which are very most important. That is speed in the first place. That is precision, maybe insight, as the previous speaker called it, and scalability. And I think these three elements are key to our military environment. What we can see on the field of the speed, the OODA loop was already introduced, so I will not going to explain that, but I see a lot of military in the room, so I don't have to. But speed is utmost important. What we see is that we can do analysis due to computing power, sensor data, and so on, which are real-time available to us. We can really speed up this OODA loop. Not days, not hours, but seconds, but even parts of seconds, so milliseconds. It's really going fast. And that also brings in the fact, how do you look at the human in the control loop, for instance? And I think that's a great discussion. I think we come back to that later. But it's really good to think about how do you deal with the human in the loop over here? Because is it possible to have a human in the loop? Does it improve the quality of the decision making, for instance? I think these are important questions. The second thing is precision. Precision, maybe insight. Precision is the fact that we can do so much more analysis in depth and really accelerate our decision making by means of the quality that we can better make decisions. I think, and better than look at the satellite imagery, we call that also in the previous speaker. I think we can do what humans can't be doing, seeing tons of data and making decisions on that. And I think the most visible thing is scalability. Scalability is what we see in Ukraine, especially when talking about, for instance, drones and swarms of drones. And I think the scalability and the autonomy part of it is really changing our landscape at this moment. So I think these are the three main drivers at this situation. So when we look, how do you deal with that? Then it's good to acknowledge that AI on itself is nothing. So artificial intelligence on its own is nothing. It has to do with the application on AI. And that's the reason why we are focusing on 5 types of application. That's autonomy, that's quite obvious, of course. That is the OODA loop, decision making, that's the second one. But it also has to do, for instance, within cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a big domain, which is really empowered also by artificial intelligence. And that's one of the things we are moving forward in. So that's 3 of the 5. So you have to choose where to focus on, because elsewise the scope is too broad to handle. On the other side, you have to work on preconditions. And by preconditions, I mean that you have to take into account that you have to arrange things within your organization, within your enterprise. And one of the things is, for instance, data literacy. Data literacy is very important to make use of how we can work on this data and how we can make the right decisions. You have to work on data literacy, for instance. And another thing is to work on a competence center of excellence. You have to develop your understanding of these, well, sometimes difficult algorithms on your own, because elsewise you cannot choose where to go to. So I think just highlighting a few of the preconditions and just highlighting a few of the applications to focus on. Thank you.
So one comment I wanted to make is, so I lead Amiad, which is a French agency for AI that is supposed to deliver product to the armed forces. And so speaking from a builder perspective, you really have to work with the users. And one of the design choices we made for the agency was to bring in a lot of military personnel, because the idea is to get a distance as close to zero as possible between the people who are going to build technology and the people who are going to be using the technology, because this is often one of the failing modes, as in you design something, you build technology that in the end doesn't get used or doesn't get used in the right way or doesn't get used at all. And so it's very important to make sure in any use case that we're discussing that we have this kind of healthy relationship between the user and the person who is actually behind the computer and building algorithms. And one caveat that we have seen on the ground is when you go through that process, like if you are to ask anyone with a military uniform, like what are you expecting from AI, then you will get a lot of things that are going to be basically modeled on what we do today. And often the complicated part is to think about what the future should look like. I think a couple of years ago, if you were to ask what is the need in terms of AI, then nobody would have told you we need generative AI, because probably nobody had an idea that that was even possible in the first place. So I'm going to turn to you again, Admiral Vendier. So given the incredible potential we are seeing with AI and that we've been talking about, like if we take a step back and rethink, go a little bit beyond the technology and what is actually is done today, like how can we rethink our processes, our way of doing things to go a step further?
I think what we see today is a huge change between the way we set our defense systems that were platform-centric since decades to systems that are data-centric. It's a huge revolution, because it copes with the way we produce, the way we label, the way we process, the way we exchange, and data secrets in themselves. And so all the previous system is not fitted for the new. And so it's a huge revolution. I will give you an example. So you've heard in December that some cables have been struck by anchors in the Baltic Sea. And so ACO Secure was asked to set a mission to enhance the surveillance of the cables and the maritime environment in the Baltic. So it's more ships, more corvettes, more aircrafts to look over this very complex area. And so it's very costful. So we've been asked by the SecGen to work on an unmanned fleet. So it's a USV fleet. We call it Task Force X. And we are to go to do the first trials. The first question that we asked ourselves was where we put the data and how we process this. Because the platform, you have dozens of companies that are building that kind of ships that provide AIS picture, radar picture, video, and that are directed by satellite. So it's not a question of platform, it's a question of how we put the data together and then how we process it on different layers, where at the end, we may have a classified picture that is shared with all the stakeholders that are providing the picture. So I think we are in a revolution of the data. And so data access, data policy, digital transformation are the core of it. There is no AI if there is no data. And so for military systems that have not been fitted for this, it's a huge effort to make raw data affordable, transferable, and then to have a policy and states. And so as being in NATO, I can tell you how it's difficult to deal with countries which have a conception of data which is globally a question of digital paper. They think that data is just a digital paper. You put a secret stamp on it, you put that in a safe, and then you open the safe and you would give a copy to someone else. Today, what we see with the data, the number of data which are produced, it's a streaming problem. How you control the streaming, how you classify the streaming. And so perhaps you know the figure, perhaps you know that 100 times more data have been produced since 2012 than ever before in the world. So the ramp up of data is just that big. And so the ability to process it, to exchange, is really the paramount. No data, no AI. And so the major challenge today is to harmonize all the data policies of the 32 countries to be able to exchange what we want with what we want, who we want, when we want, and to be able to have the end on what we understand on the situation, what we give to the others. You have ethical problems, you have secret problems, and so I think it's the major effort we have to do. Elsewhere, we won't be the guy, we won't be the people that will set the rules. And the world is moving so fast that it's the first that will have solved that kind of problem that will set the rules. And so it's the same in space. The first that has the low orbits defines what are the rules in low orbits. So the first that will be able to have C2 data-centric systems will set the rules for everybody. And I can tell you that in NATO, I have a good point to see how fast it's going, and I think it's really time to wake up.
Loud and clear. So I guess a key question I have is how do we get there? I mean, we see like a lot of dimensions from data security. I mean, everything is complicated. I would add that on top of the difficulties that we see usually with AI and data in the defense ecosystem, we work with complex systems, we work with an ecosystem of partners. And so at some point, there is a lot we can do on our own inside government. There is a lot we can do as an ecosystem. But at some point, you need to get closer to the hardware, and at some point, it makes things more complicated. Like when you get on a ship, obviously, you're not going to be having an optic fiber wire to that. And so for AI labs and tech startups, defense has traditionally not been a natural business partner. How do you foster cooperation between different parties in the defense industry, especially like when you think about big tech companies and startups and smaller actors?
Yeah, well, that's a very difficult one, of course, because there's not a very natural marriage between the big tech companies, defense industry, and other industrial corporations, at least not in Europe as we see it this moment. So we are really to look that in the face and see how we're going to solve that. And I think we just reiterating the Admiral is that we just see that we need data. That's a very important thing, but we also need computing power. And of course we can work on the efficiency of our algorithms, for instance. And I think, I'm not sure yet, but I think that DeepSeek showed us some little things about that when you don't have the computing power, for instance, aboard ship, you can do with less computing power by working on more on efficiency on your algorithms, for instance. But that's just for a start. I think what I would like to address is that we're just going to launch in the Netherlands this week a cooperation between some big tech companies, some industrial companies, and some defense companies. And the aim is to produce large amounts of drones in short notice time. And then we say, well, it's great, because we also learned from the Ukraine, you probably need 100,000, 200,000, 1 million cheap drones, killer drones, and so on and so on. But it's not only the point about getting this output. It's also making an ecosystem that can work as a magnet to find other companies and to build an ecosystem. I think that's the really underlying thing. So on a short-term notice, you should do the production of the drones, for instance. But in the longer term, you should work on an ecosystem where those partners can work together. And I think we should really foster within Europe and within the European Union this collaboration between those countries. But I think also from our view, and I'm also talking to the military in this room right now, we have to change some things. I'm in the board of the MOD in the Netherlands, and we got big debates on how to invest in new systems. And they are always reminding me, dear Jerome, that's my first name, dear Jerome, we have to invest in those capabilities that NATO is asking from us. So we have to invest in ships, we have to invest in vehicles, we have to invest in fighter jets, because that's asked for us. And I think that's a thing we have to look differently towards. So I think we should also have a discussion within NATO, and I'm very happy to be here with the Admiral on stage right now, to have a discussion about how can we change that. Because I think that AI is a weapon on itself. It's a weapon on itself. It's not only making the current weapons more efficient and effective, but it's also a weapon on itself. And we should look at that and make steps towards that future. I think that's important. And so we have to look at ourselves, but we also have to look at our allies. And from that starting point, we can invest in another way in the defense industry. Thank you.
I can't more agree with what had been said. Two figures to stress that out. First, if you consider what was the industrial database in the US before the fall of the war, 80% of the military companies were dual. It was quite the same in France. When you remember, Thomson was making TVs, CD recorders, radios, and radars. But during the 30 years that have followed, the proportion of dual users companies have been reduced in the defense from 80% to 10%. First figure. So today we are in a very specialized defense industry. But when you look at the R&D, if you take the 10 first GAFAM companies in the US, they spend $180 billion a year in R&D. When you take the 10 military companies in the US, they spend 50 billion R&D a year. And the same in Europe is 10. So we have a scale problem. And so where is the R&D today? Mostly in the civilian. And so it's exactly what you say. We have to build a new ecosystem. The data masters are not military at that time. They are coming from the civilian industry. And so it's a question for the military how to understand what is this technology, what this technology can give to the military, how it's weaponized, and how it's securized in a military perspective.
Yeah, I think AI kind of dramatically changes, or at least goes a little bit further than what we were doing with digital transformation. As in, you put the digital object at the center of the defense system, basically, and kind of have hardware that is an extension of the digital world in some sense. I think there is also a question on, especially right now when we see different countries like doing more and more things internally, France being in that case too. Then there is a question on like what you do, like what you do in the state, what you do in the Ministry of Defense, like internal to the state, what do you do in collaboration with other actors? And I think that there is a couple of questions that need to be answered and assessed. So one is, with those technologies, with what you just said, I mean, the specialists of AI are not like usually the same than defense specialists, and so there is a challenge you both highlighted on getting the ecosystem to work with each other. And so one of the questions is, do we have the right technology at the right cost, delay, performance, which is kind of classic? And I would add trust to that, because as soon as we start saying that we want to work with small actors, there is probably a European to international dimension, as in I don't think we can expect to have one single company always being like a French one or a European one, like one given country. It really needs to scale beyond the country itself and go to Europe and maybe international. Mr. Lecornu said earlier, he talked about Mistral, and so Mistral, for example, is one of those cases where you have a French company at the base, but in the end, like it's supposed to be an international company, at least it's a criterion for success. And so I guess for me and for the Ministry of Defense, one of the questions is how do we work with actors that are more and more international? And obviously it should not be a showstopper, because otherwise we will be stuck with nationwide ecosystem, which are obviously often too small. But the question then becomes, how do you build the trust, and how do you separate things like data, for example, in a way that enables you to actually work with those actors? And so I guess as a consequence, it brings up another question, which is, what do you build? Because at some point, like if you want to get a plane, for example, you cannot expect a startup or any kind of company to build a plane on its own. And so by definition, if you want to separate like the concept of building the hardware, the software, the middleware, the cloud, everything, then it means that you have also an ecosystem of technology, but also an ecosystem of partners. And I don't think this is something that we are completely used to right now, at least from my perspective. And this is definitely one of the key challenges I see, like how do we make all of those players to work with each other, and how internally do we buy and do things differently to enable this kind of collaboration? And for me, that's still an open question. So I guess what I see from the industry and what you see a bit outside of the building is we have the opportunity, we have the needs, we have industrial players nationwide or European or international that are willing to do the work. And so what's stopping us? What kind of challenges do we see? What is preventing us from moving faster, if anything?
So I will tell you a story. It was the beginning of my tenure of SACTI, and I went with my environment advisor on an event on the west coast of the US in San Francisco called Red Queen. You may find, it's a public event, you may find that on the internet. And so we were 100 people there. I was the only French. The UK went with a delegation of 20 among the 100. And it was mostly the INSOL community. So there were there the Army lab, Navy lab, Air Force lab, Air Space Force lab, but the MI6, CIA, NSA, all that kind of people. And the question that was debated during 2 years was adoption. The question is not innovation, because innovation is there, you just have to get it. But it's adoption. Why the system is so difficult to manage. And one of the most striking point was given by Q. Q, you know, it's the MI6 innovator. She was there, it's a woman, very smart, and she gave a lecture, and she is not a scientist, she's not an engineer, she has a PhD in social science. And she said, the problem with adoption is behavior. And so if you do not change your behavior, you will never adopt. And so the question is for our systems. Why makes our behavior not changing? And so you can do all the innovation you want if you do not change the behavior, which is basically linked with the expectations of everybody in the structure, what they expect in terms of career, or in terms of incentives, in terms of promotion, then nothing changes. And we have the same problem in the US, in UK, and in France. And so this revolution, which is coming at very high speed, stresses our system. It's an adaptation game. And so I think the big deal is to speak together, to find a way to change our behavior and to change our expectations. I would say, perhaps you remember in Matrix, when you see Neo, which is fighting with bullets, because he's moving faster than the bullets. And so the question for us is, are we already dead? Are we already dead? So it's a question of speed of change. And so I think this social approach of change is really the paramount. It's the core of the problem.
So maybe before we move to another challenge that I think is a responsibility. I mean, we cannot talk about AI and military AI if we don't talk about responsibility. But it's interesting to know, like, in what you just said, like, actually, I mean, it's not even about AI in the first place. I mean, it's true because AI is going much faster than everything, and we are seeing a speed of change that is very specific. But in a sense, we are kind of facing the same challenges that we've been facing for the last decade, more, I don't know. But kind of we are now hitting the wall of, like, we are taking AI in the face, basically, from what's happening externally. And so, yeah, it's not about AI anymore.
Yes, so, for example, the unmanned is a very good example, too, of behavior. When you say to a small navy that it can do a mission with unmanned, the navy, the guys are not happy, because they expect them on another corvette and not to have this kind of small drones to do the mission. So you have a fight, because what is Navy for? Is to have seamen on ships and not to have people in headquarters to run some AI procedures. But the other aspect of the problem is that making some very boring missions, days and days at sea, in the Googles, to see something, just fishermen and sailboats. Your people, you don't hide them, you don't keep them. And so you see the loop. So once again, we are the core of adoption problem, where as a society, we need to understand what we want to defend, how we want to defend, and what kind of money, what amount of money we will put to do that.
So I just mentioned responsibility is one key challenge, especially in the military field, and one challenge is precisely like how we are addressing confidence building regulation. It's a complex topic in the military world. We have heavy consequences to what we do, so we cannot have the same approach than the civilian world, if I can put it that way. How are you tackling the question of responsible AI at the Netherlands MOD? Any practical example or learnings you can share?
Yes, well, responsible AI is a big debate, of course, but sometimes I would like to call it from, is it responsible not to use AI, for instance? So just going back to the previous question, what we see, for instance, in Ukraine didn't have a big navy of such a thing. Just looking at the admiral, no big navy for Ukraine, wasn't it? Yeah. And, but they succeeded by targeting another country, Russian Federation, which has quite a big Black Sea fleet. And they managed to sink some ships towards the bottom of the sea and push them back in the Black Sea. And they didn't have a navy. So just talking about responsible AI, I think we always have to keep in mind, is it responsible not to use AI? So that's just a starter, because I sometimes find it difficult when we talk about responsible, then people are saying, well, responsible, should we do that? And of course we should do that, of course. For instance, let me make a parallel towards the automotive industry. And when you would like to drive a car on the French roads, that car is probably certified by a French governmental body who is responsible for deciding which cars can drive on the French roads and European roads and which are not. So we found it quite normal. But even we go further, let's say, well, not everybody is allowed to drive in that car. You should also have a driving license, for instance. And so I think sometimes it's a little bit strange when we talk about AI that we forget that. We forget also with our weapon systems to become a fighter pilot, for instance. You have to do an education of, I think, at least in the Netherlands, of about 8 years. And whether it's an F-16 or an F-35 or a Mirage, that doesn't matter. These planes are tremendously certified in all kinds of circumstances. So talking about AI, we also have to get used to the idea that we have to regulate it. But of course, that regulation will differ, and it will differ especially from the risk situation. So we have to bring the risks above and use the risk-based framework to address those risks. And therefore, we have done some great work, and I know there are some people from NATO in this room, so we have done some great work within NATO on the principles of responsible use of AI. And that has to do with lawfulness. Of course, you want to do something which is lawful, isn't it? Even if it's war, then you have international humanitarian law, for instance, which you have to obey to. Talking about accountability, you have to know who is accountability for the use of that algorithm, or who is responsible for the development of that algorithm. There should also be things like explainability and traceability. Afterwards, you would like to understand what has happened over there. And we do that all the time, always, in all other kinds of circumstances. So we also have to do that over here. And of course, data governance, mentioned before, what's the quality of the data, who's responsible for the data, are also very important topics. So you have to come up with a responsible use framework to make that happen. And sometimes, I'm just going back 25 years ago, we didn't have the computing power we have nowadays. And therefore, we always try to look for the most simple solution towards a problem, because we didn't have the computing power, we didn't have the data. So you shouldn't not overcomplify AI solutions. Sometimes just a regular regression, for instance, I'm now talking a little bit mathematician, I'm sorry for that, or a time series analysis, for instance, or a relatively easy machine learning framework, which you can use. So not overstating that you don't use LLMs, large language models. It's very important. It's nowadays the application, but sometimes you don't need that kind of heavy algorithms over there. So don't make it too difficult. And lastly, we have to work together on that. We're working in the initiative on REAIM, responsible AI in the military domain, with a lot of countries from you in the room, and we are really happy that we can work together with our co-hosts, for instance, Spain, Korea, the United Kingdom, to work on establishing a shared vision and a really inclusive vision on responsible AI. So I think that's really important. So responsible AI, yes, but it's also not responsible not to use it. Thank you.
Yeah, one comment I would make from also an engineer point of view, that often when you get a problem, you try to find technical solutions. And responsible AI, it's definitely, I mean, obviously going way beyond technical solution. It starts from technical solutions, as in you have engineers who are building systems, and so as a system designer, you have to provide some proofs. For example, you were just mentioning lawfulness. Now, I think the AI doesn't necessarily need to make us rethink completely the lawfulness framework, but what is for sure is that in any case, we will have to rethink the kind of proof we provide with AI systems in order to satisfy the kind of lawfulness criterions. And so it's not only a technical problem, it's also, for me, and I will turn to Amiral Vendier, it's a military chain of command angle that you need to consider, as in we'd always have decision making processes. I mean, we will always have AI that is involved in decision-making processes. And so hence the importance of what I mentioned earlier, which is you need to have the user and the builder in the same room, otherwise you're going to fail on that front. And so, Amiral Vendier, like, what's your perspective on responsibility from a military commander perspective with this AI revolution? Like, is this something that you are actually concerned about?
So we spoke about the question of accountability. If we speak about aeronautics, for example, we have built safe, fail systems. We trust in a one failure 1 million times hours of camera config. So it's a huge reliability on the system. We've been said that AI today goes on 20% of bad answers. So the question we have today is to transfer our trusts to a system which can be wrong. And so it gives better, and the keynote speaker gives some good examples. Sometimes it's very much better. But we are speaking of war. And so in a war, the enemy tries to outplay you all the time. And so I think AI is not a magic bullet at all. It gives solutions, go faster, better, more accurate, more lethal, but it won't solve the war in itself, because it's a race between us and our competitors or enemies. So we have new military dilemmas with AI. And I think the fog of war is always there. We speak about transparency of the battlefield. I had a discussion with Secure in margin of last ministerial. He told me that even with all the US stuff, Intel, they were not able to see the 4 or 8 brigades of Ukrainians that went in Kursk. So the fog of war is still there, because you need to have the data system that process, and then to trust what the system says, or not to trust and say the system is lying me, because it has not seen something, and the enemy is quite good to dissimulate. So we are in front of new fog of war, and it's the fog of data. Fog of data. Do we rely on the data that are coming? Are the data good enough? And so what is the process that's showing something and not showing something? And so it's where war is very interesting, I would say a philosophical approach, because the enemy tries to do the same, try to outpace and outrun. So it's not a magic bullet. The second thing is we have a huge impact on warfighting, and the more we rely on AI, the more we'll have resiliency problems. And so we need to think about it. I often say AI could be or is a sort of brain exoskeleton. So I give you the image. When you are healthy, you are a strong man, and you are given an exoskeleton, then you can move your flat in a weekend alone. But if you are fat, and you never make sports, and you have your exoskeleton which is down, you won't be able to open your door, because you will stay in your sofa, unable to wake up. So you see that AI brings the good and the bad, and so we need to consider that. Resiliency is really important. When no energy, when the system is not trustful, then what you do. And last, and I think it's the most urgent thing to think about today for the European countries, is a question of sovereignty. And we are in a dynamic of new sovereignty, and I think the tools to embrace this, to understand that, are new tools and not the old one. And so if we are not there to understand what new tools of sovereignty we need to build, then the tools will be the one given by the others. And we will be only reactive on that. So I think in a region of the world where we think our fate is important, we want our citizens to trust in us, in our institutions, then we need to think about this sovereignty problem with AI, and so with the data. What are our data sovereignty? It's really important. And among that, there is a cognitive approach. We have entered, I think we were before, but strongly in a cognitive time, a cognitive warfare time, and AI is about that. It's about how you work, how you trust your work, and how you fight with this work to an enemy that tries to go in your mind and make you not trust your system, not trust your people, and then lose not without fighting.
One underlying thing of what you just said is, like, we see there is a lot of enablers, infrastructure, data, cognitive science even. On the Netherlands side, like, what kind of measures have you taken to accelerate AI capabilities within defense, also taking into account like everything that you need as enablers precisely to be able to get there?
Yes, and probably the enablers are the less sexiest thing within AI, of course, because everybody wants to talk about autonomy, everybody wants to talk about the OODA loop, about targeting systems, and so on and so on, and that sounds really great. But you have to do some things prior to that, and I think it starts with computing power. And I think computing power nowadays, at least in the Netherlands, it's primarily within 2 or 3 big tech companies. So there you have right away the issue with sovereignty, for instance. And you have to think about what does sovereignty really means, because it's a nice word, but has it to do with, for instance, encryption? But how do you deal then with, for instance, the algorithms you would like to use in that environment? But it has also, for instance, to do with other security measures you can take. Should the data always be on your soil? So should the data also be handed over to people from the MOD, for instance, and so on and so on. So let me clarify that sovereignty is kind of a buzzword, but we have to come up what it really means for us as NATO, but also from the Netherlands perspective. And probably one of the things you always need, especially when you look at the high assurance information, there you need the computing power of your own. Because NATO secret or above NATO secret information, you would not like to share that easily with other countries, especially when they are French eyes only or Netherlands eyes only information. So therefore you need your own GPUs, you need your own data centers, and so on and so on. So you should invest in that. And of course you can use technology from other companies, but it should be on your own soil at least. Further, one of the things is, I think that I already mentioned that, it's about AI literacy. I think that it's very important to educate your people, from the highest commanders to the operators, that they should be able to understand what AI means and what an AI algorithm means, so that they can also base their decisions better on it. And of course, within an organization of 75, 85,000 people, it's quite difficult to achieve that from one day to the other. But what we at least see is that you should really focus on getting the data and AI literacy on a higher level. I think that's a very important thing. Another one is investing in data governance. It's all one of those topics which is not that exciting as such, but it's very important. Know where your data is, know who is responsible for the data, who owns the data. We even find out that some of our data we were using, it was not from our own. It was by commercial companies which built our ships, for instance. Because 20, 25, 30 years ago, we didn't think about data governance or data ownership as such. So I think that's also an important thing. And just want to also highlight that it's important that you can share scientific knowledge. So we built up a competence center of excellence together with some Dutch universities and our own defense university to invest in PhDs, to invest in a professor, to invest in knowledge building, so that you can better have the difficult questions over there handled. So I think that's just 4 enablers which are key to the success. And often it's difficult to get the money for that, but I think it should be in one of the first places. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're really right on the education. It's very difficult. So in ACT, I've asked to my FOGOs, so my branch head, my flag officers, what they were aware, what they were knowing about AI, and not that much. And so how do you want top brass officers take good decisions if they do not know about the technology itself? So we've decided to set up a monthly learning package to all the FOGOs. So each month they receive a package with podcasts, videos, books, and they're supposed to read it. And we have 3 sessions a year, 2 days, where 100% of the building is there, and we have a training, an education program for them. Because it's not possible to make good choices if you don't know the technology you are speaking about. And the second point, and so I can tell you in the neo enterprise is the case, you have no successful digital transformation without a leadership commitment. So where the boss is not implicated, there is no digital transformation. Why? Because it's behavior. And so if the boss doesn't show that his behavior has changed, nobody changes. And so I think it's really the big question is the top leadership management that has to jump in this, to make its choice, to make guidance, to give the example, as where we will be submitted to the choice of the others.
Maybe to end up this roundtable, I will say that so one, behavior, bosses. Fortunately or unfortunately, bosses have the money, and fortunately for us practitioners, GPUs are cool now, so it's a thing that you can showcase and that everyone can understand, while a few years ago I don't think it was the case. So with that, thank you very much both for your thoughts and comments, and thank you for listening, and I think I hand over to Margot again.
Thank you. It's now time for a coffee break. During the break, you will have the opportunity to see the exhibition space gathering more than 15 French industrial and startups in the military AI sector. The exhibition is located outside and in the Joffre space on your right when you exit the room. And the session will resume at 4:30. Thank you. Resume in 5 minutes. In this amphitheater, the first roundtable will tackle the question of evaluation and qualification in AA models. And meanwhile, in Amphi des Vallières, another amphitheater, there will be another roundtable about issues related to the development of IA in the military field. Thank you.
Normalement, on est bon.
Et donc oui, je dis une ou deux phrases, one or two phrases, and then you can discuss freely the subject. And I'll just stop you if we're out of time.
Le nom de la table ronde avec l'autre salle. C'est des bons speakers, mais c'est pas le bon titre.
Ah, effectivement, je vais dire ça à Marge. Bien vu. Margot, le nom de la slide n'est pas le bon. Je sais pas s'il est censé refléter celui de la table ronde. This is related to the report of the data. Nous, c'est evaluation qualification. Je sais pas si. Après. On va dire que c'est normal. C'est fait exprès. J'espère que vous êtes on est quand même dans le sujet. Elle a annoncé Margot il y a 2-3 minutes. Il y a eu la pause entre temps, puis les gens espéraient qu'ils aient remarqué avant. Ça leur fera un sujet passionnant.
Welcome back to the second part of our event dedicated to the AI in military field. This is our first roundtable, and contrary to what is written on the slide, the subject will be evaluation and qualification of AI models. It will be hosted by Sébastien Henwood, an expert of the AMIAT, the French Agency for Artificial Intelligence in Defense. And you will welcome Mr. Kakai, safety expert in IA at Thales, Mr. Iwalalen, CEO of Numalis, Mr. Kanta, R&D manager IA and data science at IRT Systemics, and Ms. Alice Friend, global head of AA and emerging tech policy at Google. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Margot. Hello, everyone. Thanks for attending to this roundtable. So we'll be discussing the evaluation qualification of AI systems that we want to put for our armed forces. However, the life cycle of an AI component that need to operate with safety and or security in mind is something that we need to take into account really early in the development cycle. This is the usual process that we follow for operational test and evaluation in armed forces for traditional systems. However, machine learning is a bit different, as we all know. And in this roundtable, we'll focus on the real-world challenges and that machine learning and deep learning applications are facing in spite of their impressive successes. As a first topic, dear speakers, I propose to interest ourselves to one well-known problematic in armed forces, which is the maintenance in operational condition. It is well-known for usual defense equipment, but the rules tend to slightly change when talking about AI systems. And maintenance in operational condition does not escape from this fact. In your opinion, how to approach a maintenance in operational condition for AI, and how does it relate to the evaluation requirements? The floor is yours.
So maybe I can start. So thank you first to the French government and AMIA to welcoming us to discuss this very interesting topic. So maintenance in operational condition means to maintain the performance of the system when it enters into operation, into service. And actually, I might start with an anecdote. I attended 2 months ago a conference organized by the European Defense Agency, a conference on autonomous systems. And we had interesting feedback from the Ukrainian forces. And they started to explain that they received some products, AI-based products, from European partners. These products were, I would say, AI products on the shelf. So not specialized at all, I would say, for the Ukrainian battlefield. And they explained to us that these products on the shelf did not work on the battlefield, mainly for 2 reasons. The first reason is that is due to the effects of the war, because the war changed the environment. You have bombing, you have, I would say, a lot of change every day in the environment, and the AI-based system is very sensitive to such changes, and therefore, if it is not specialized to that, it will not work very well. The second, I would say, cause is the countermeasures of the enemy, which includes camouflage, but also cybersecurity attacks. So that's why the Ukrainian forces said that to maintain, I would say, a kind of operational efficiency, they had to adopt an incremental development and qualification cycle of 3 months. So every 3 months, they have to update their system in order to, I would say, to adapt to the new operating conditions. So here, I'm here to provide some feedbacks from Thales. So at Thales, we are very aware about this kind of issue. and we develop products. I may mention the example that is exhibited in the exhibition area, the Talios pod, which is designed to do reconnaissance and targeting on the Dassault Aviation's Rafale. And this product is designed actually to adapt to changes in the environment, what we will call in the next the operational design domain. But I will let my colleagues to provide more explanation. So to adapt to operational design domain changes, and also to be able to specialize its behavior in a short loop based on data collected on the battlefield. So I will mention 4 enablers, and after that I give the floor to my colleagues. 4 enablers to, I would say, have an efficient maintenance life cycle in the defense domain. The first one is we should, in maintenance time, simplify the engineering life cycle, because if we are doing exactly the same life cycle as for the initial design, which can take several months, it is just not possible to be effective. So we have to simplify the maintenance, I would say, engineering life cycle by doing an impact analysis of the different activities that can be, I would say, not done for efficiency. And we can also say that AI tools may be, I would say, may support this impact analysis, and also may support building more effective, I would say, engineering life cycle by automating a certain number of things. So AI tool for engineering is also an important subject. To be transparent, when we simplify engineering processes, so it means when we forget or when we avoid to do some activities, we increase the risk in operation. Because if we are doing less tests, it means that we will also have more risk to, I would say, forget something in operation. So that's why it's very important to formalize and characterize this risk, and it means providing an information that is relevant for the chain of command to say, for example, the model that has been updated has a non-negligible probability to confuse between, for instance, an ammunition hangar and a civilian infrastructure. So we should provide such information to the chain of command to let them take the appropriate decision. Very quickly, the third point is when we have an increased risk in operation, this should be mitigated by a robust system architecture where the AI components are integrated. And when I say robust system architecture, it means safe and secure architecture in order to host such updated AI components. And the last thing, and after that I give the floor to my colleagues, is the fact that when we have so frequent updates of an AI model or an AI-based system, for instance, each 3 months, it might question the current procedures for approval or certification applied by our competent authority. And it may also raise the question, are we still dealing with AI-based products, or are we moving to the concept of AI-based services due to the very frequent updates of these models?
Thank you, Freddy. Arnaud, you want to?
Yeah, I think I can react to that. Hi, everyone. It's it's an honor to be in this amphitheater, whereas I was on the other side for a year when I was doing the War College here in Paris. I would maybe complement by saying, when we want to say we want to have certified or qualified system on the battlefield, we are facing a paradox. This paradox is basically AI is built for facing new situation, unseen situation. But in the meantime, we want control. We want the human in the loop. We want to verify that the system will never go too far from what we want. And so we want him to improvise, but within certain boundaries. Because the battlefield is changing, and if you are using AI, it's because you know that, and you want to adapt it. You want the system to adapt itself to the battlefield. Otherwise, you would not use AI. You use a classical software with the classical V-cycle of designing your software. So the paradox is, how are we going to control it and having at the same time not to control it too much, because we want it to be able to go on unseen data. So that's the heart of the problem. And on this problem, the only way to try to circumvent it is to say, you mentioned it, to have like a domain definition at some point. We have to have some kind of boundaries to say, right, my system should be working fine within the confine of these boundaries. And if it's not inside these boundaries, maybe as an industrial, I will not like put my life on stake and say, well, it should work also. So, and we have to have this kind of monitoring. You mentioned it also, to know where the system is going too far, and maybe here we should ask someone to take over. Maybe we should ask an operator to do something. And this kind of monitoring, it's not easy, because describing these boundaries of the domain is not easy. If I were to be in the civilian world, if I'm doing a self-driving car, it's not easy to specify what is driving on the road. So many stuff can happen on the road. And at least on the road, everyone cooperates. Everyone tries to abide to the same rules. That's not true on the battlefield. You apply maybe to your own rule. The enemy has its own also and can change. So you have an uncooperative environment, changing environment, and you want to have control on a specific domain that you cannot express. It's kind of a difficult situation, right? But there are methods, there are ways of trying to do that. There are ways to design monitoring to enforce some kind of way to detect when the system is going too far away. And these are being invented, being implemented now also in the industry. And part of this effort is through standards, where we want to define good practices, good architecture of the system, in order to have this kind of property to be eligible to this kind of system. But it's not totally there yet. There's still a lot to do, and we'll have to have a lot of iteration with the forces, with the battlefield, in order to gradually improve the processes and the system themselves. But that's part of the learning curve every kind of process have. So I'm kind of optimistic, but we need to acknowledge the problem in our face. We cannot build AI like we were building classical software before and qualifying software before. This doesn't work. And we need to have this discussion with the armed forces that are here to qualify the system. Because us, industrial, we need to find a common ground there.
Thanks. Loïc?
Thanks. Yes. Maybe I want to start with one sentence I listened beginning of this afternoon, which is, context is everything.
You stole my line.
Which remind me in my an article everybody knows, which is attention is all you need. Regarding transformer, context is all you need to try to understand or try to look at what happened in your AI system. And behind this is, and maybe it's why we are starting by MCO and not design of AI system, because the center of attention of how we design the system shall be put in operation, and how the system evolve, adapt during the time, and not only during time we are designing it to put it in production. Because operating AI system is at the heart about how to deal with AI system. We discussed about ODD, which is how we define a domain, how we explain the context where we are trying to put the system in, how we evaluate it, how we define the border, how we provide insight to the stakeholder around the system, which provide them trust in the operation we are conducting with this system. And there's no silver bullet about qualifying or validating a model. There's a lot of trade-off that people have to take to put or not the system in operation, and not the which condition and with which setback, with which monitoring system. I would at least say 4 of them. First is, if you have defined your operational domain, you have defined kind of data or kind of perturbation that your system can encounter in operation. And against this perturbation, you can try to improve robustness of the system. So you can demonstrate or evaluate how your system is robust to this kind of perturbation. Second thing, you can try to evaluate or train your system to provide insight about how quantifying the uncertainty of the model in this condition, because uncertainty is not the same in every operation condition, and maybe sometimes the model itself can evaluate the uncertainty you have inside this condition. And then, if you are in a portion of operational domain where you know that it doesn't work, you are not robust, you have to monitor that you are in this situation so that the user cannot take into account what you are providing, or at least know that we have no proof about what is outside of the system. And the fourth element is we might provide element of explainability to the people. But explainability not only for designers, drawing nice picture with a pixel which contribute to the decision, but element which help to interpret how the model works. And I love what I listened this afternoon. We need to train everybody to what is an AI, not to make everybody expert about AI, but to grasp the behavior behind the process of machine learning, so that most of people understand how it works, at least in the principle, to interact with it.
Yes, a data-driven approach. Alice, you want to answer on the topic?
Yes, and I also want to say thank you for having me. It's really fun to be here for me. My main job is AI policy writ large. And I'm always excited to go back to my defense roots. So appreciate the invitation and to be here with you all. I'm going to echo Loïc a lot, I think, although I will start at a point that Arnaud made, which is about standards. And the AI field is just getting to enough maturity that we are starting to see standards come online. And I know that there's an operational design domain standard underway at the ISO IEC 42108.
I'm the editor.
Yeah, so thank you for that, because I think the more we can have these conversations with reference to true standards, the more progress we're going to be able to make. But I also wanted to start with context is everything, because that struck me as well today. You need to keep the system optimized and performing well in the context of its intended application, of its intended use. And in defense context, the complexity, of course, is the context isn't static. The adversary gets a vote, as they say. And so we often think about the race for AI or the competition geopolitically for AI, but we also have to think about competition with AI. How are we going to manage this competition when both sides are leveraging AI? That also gets to the adaptation and the adoption point. Who is adopting AI more effectively? And that adds to the fact that the context is so dynamic. Counter AI techniques are going to get more sophisticated. And so you need vigilance, right? You need rapid adaptation of the system itself, and you need oversight of the system that's able to ensure that that adaptation is appropriate to what's happening. And that just requires speed, data, data storage, sufficient compute, the latest models, and all of this really looks to cloud-based solutions, I think. And so, to have the access to the latest technology is paramount, but also to have it in a way that's very responsive to what's happening on the battlefield and responsive to the users as well. That's the complexity we're in. And so I think we've had some excellent conversations today about whether or not any of that is truly new. And so I'll pause there and see where else we're going to take the conversation.
Thank you. Arnaud?
Yeah, just to rebound on one thing you said, I'm totally agreeing with this point of view. And I will echo what a French colonel told me from the perspective point and say, here data is right now static resources, where it should be a dynamic one, and we should have like a logistic of the data in order to ship it to the battlefield, getting back from the battlefield, process it, exactly like we have a logistic for fuel, for ammunition. We should have the same for data in order to process it, maybe in cloud, maybe not in cloud, whatever, but we need to have the data moving around in order to make something of it, in order to compete.
Absolutely. Fateh, maybe you...
Yes, I fully agree with all what has been said. Actually, this interaction that you are talking about, and Alice also, may require to adapt the way I would say manufacturers like Thales and many others are working with, I would say, their customers. So DGA, but and also the end users, the military forces, etc. We said that we need maintenance life cycle for maintenance in operational condition that are faster. This is, I would say, something that is a reality, and the Ukrainian war is here to acknowledge that, or to show that. So moving faster or going faster needs more interaction, more, I would say, rapid interaction. And this, I would say, raised the question about, I would say, the organizational, I would say, aspects. And that's why it's really a global thinking about this, I would say, this question that is needed in order to identify all the factors that can contribute to make it more efficient. Second thing I wanted to say is that to reach the acceptability level for approving, I would say, a system and updates of a system to be, I would say, deployed in operation, we should always take into account the fact that what we want at the end of the day is to do better than what we have today. And when an AI system allows to reduce the cognitive load of an operator, so for instance, if I take the previous example on the Thalios pod in the Rafale, this new smart, I would say, sensor will allow to analyze, I would say, images and provide some useful information to the pilot, whereas before it was the pilot which was I would say, responsible for this task. And with a very important cognitive load on his, I would say, head. And that's why when evaluating an AI-based system, we should at each time ask ourselves, okay, that's true that the AI-based system or the AI model can do some mistakes, but is it worse than the human operator that was doing this task before under some, I would say, constraints in real time, because when the pilot is, I would say, is in operation, he has many things to do, and analyzing images is not maybe I would say the best, I would say, task that he has to do at a given moment. So the acceptance criteria should be based on what is the improvement of that bring the AI model, the AI-based system, compared to the precedent, I would say, situation. And in many cases, we'll find that it provides added value, and this is, I would say, a good direction to be able to assess and evaluate our AI models.
Thanks. Loic, maybe you had something to add?
Yes, maybe I can complement and continue with AI, human-AI interaction. There's two things which I'll say. There's data and there's human. And regarding data, I'm completely agree. It's a logistic of data, because the way user interact with the data provide new data to improve the system. Because when you are discussing human interaction with AI, it's not only like before just providing the function to the pilot. We have to take into consideration, keep the user trained, because if we automatize part of his work, we need to keep him trained. So if we completely rely on the system, he will lose his training, lose his knowledge. And as it was explained before, it was a well-known problem of all automated systems. If it's too automatic, we will lose the competency and we will not be able to do the task again. And also to get feedbacks and information about how the user interact with the system, with new data, with monitoring data which are not it's outside of the domain operations, or OD, which is quite similar to ODD, which means something very different. So it's a way to gather new data to improve the system in the fast loop, maybe without need to redesign it, but just recompute all what has been computed with the previous model. We just compare the new performance, the new evidence we can provide, and let people decide they can use the new one or use a combination of the two AI models the day after without complex revalidation. So all this interaction with the user is just not the classic one. It has to take into account the life cycle of the model. Maybe have the current model which I've described, a new one which is in shallow mode, which provides some insight or warning or monitoring. And so user interaction is a new field because the place of the human will be different, and we have to take into account.
Indeed. Alice, maybe you want to add to the user experience?
Yeah, I think, for those of us from the tech sector, it's really our job to provide options. And I think for the user interaction, the UX or UI, as we would say in the field, is really critical here, because I think as we talk about adoption challenges, it's a lot easier to adopt a system that is easy to use, frankly, right? And so being able to design systems that are easy to use in the defense context, I think, is a unique challenge. But it's a really essential part of deploying these systems is us working together to understand, much the way you would work for a pilot's heads-up display, right? There were lots and lots of iterations of that over time because they were trying to figure out what's the most useful thing for the pilot, what's the most intuitive, what makes them not have to sort of think too hard about the system itself, but is still going to build that trust, that understanding of what the system can and can't do, what its limits are, how it can augment the person using it. I think all of that is a really essential UX question as we're going forward here. And that's the kind of thing that, those of us in the tech sector really sort of owe the defense community to work carefully with you on that.
Arnaud, maybe you want to add to the topic?
I think there will be quite a revolution in terms of user experience to make. My opinion is that in the long term, I would like to see, for example, at the brigade level, people able to redesign the AI system for the enemy they have today on the battlefield just in front of them. And so we could have every brigade have a different AI system because the enemy in front of them is different also. But the question is the new system that they built better than the previous one? How are they going to assess that without just going to fire in order to see that? And more specifically, are we okay, for example, to lose some of the previous performance? Because if I were to keep continuously to adapt my system to cope with every new camouflage, at some point the old ones will start to degrade. Am I okay with that? am I okay to not be able to recognize the previous camouflage because now I just want to recognize the one the enemy is using today? And so these are questions that if we give these tools and the way to modify them at every level, including the lowest one, we need the people to understand that and to master this kind of tool without having a PhD in computer science, definitely. So here we have like a complete way of, we need to redesign the way AI is built and the user experience of AI, because they will need it. In the heat of the battlefield, they won't have like 6 months to redesign their model and have data scientists across the world helping them. And so this is brand open territory, I think, for now. I don't see any right away solution to do that. So we need also here to explore and to experiment in order to do it.
Yeah, maybe regarding the interaction with the operator, we have also to build human-machine interfaces that are adapted to AI. So from this point of view, we can distinguish two aspects. The first aspect is that traditionally human-machine interfaces are based on the definition or the identification of procedures to do the link between the machine and the operator, and also training. And we are here, we have many military, I would say, representatives here that know this very well, far better than me. I think that for AI, this will continue. This is still applicable, of course. Having regular training with a training regarding non-nominal condition or emergency cases is I would say, a well-known practice, I would say. The procedures will be based on some assessment done at system level regarding human factors, regarding human performances, maybe the methodologies that will drive this human factor and human performances assessment can be adapted to take into account aspects that are specific to AI and defense. But anyway, we are in something that is still applicable, that was, I would say, well known for traditional systems, and that are still applicable for AI-based systems. The classic issues of overconfidence or loss of confidence regarding an automated system is also still applicable. But what is very specific is the fact that when we are dealing with AI, machine learning, and in particular deep learning, we have this native lack of explainability of the decision made by the AI model. And this native lack of explainability may lead to a kind of initial loss of confidence from the operators. If I give you an example, at LS we are building some human-machine interfaces embedded into helicopters. And this AI component is providing some, I would say, support for the pilot to define the best route, the best trajectory that it should take to optimize a certain mission objective. So, for instance, survivability of the helicopter. The pilot to, I would say, accept using this AI components may need to understand why the AI model suggests this trajectory and why it improves, I would say, the survivability of the helicopter. It's important for him to understand. And that's why we are dealing with the concept of operational explainability. It comes from first the civilian world, aeronautics, because it is something that will be very important, for instance, to have a single pilot into aircraft, etc. And it is also applicable for defense, because we also have operators that must trust I would say, the AI-based system that he's using. This operational explainability means, at the end of the day, developing a new information based on, I would say, some internal logic of the AI model, but building a new system functionality that will be, at the end of the day, displayed somewhere for instance, in the cockpit of the helicopter. And it means that it is an end-to-end approach. It starts by identifying the needs of the end user. It means also writing the system requirements to integrate this new feature into the system, the cockpit, for instance, and doing the full life cycle. So operational explainability becomes, I would say, a new engineering practice in the development of systems.
Can I just say that's such an interesting idea in this context too, because as we're getting to reasoning models that can show you their work, right, that can explain how they got to the answer. If you think about some operational contexts, the operator's not going to have time to work through all that. So we are also going to need, there will be contexts, I think intelligence contexts in particular, where the explainability will sort of have the time to digest the forms we have now. But what's interesting to me is in operational contexts where the decision-making has to be quick and you just have to trust your systems, again, the way you have to trust your altimeter in the aircraft, we have to figure out a way to get to a place where the trust in the system that the operator has is like its altimeter, right? Is like, I have used this enough that I have an intuitive understanding of it, right? And so it's the other interesting question, again, since context is everything, I think there are going to be use cases where the explainability will look different than it does for other use cases, right? I think this is such an important part of the dialogue between the developers and the deployers in this case.
I would say that maybe I may extend the context is important to the culture is important. Because really, and especially when we are dealing with critical systems, and I agree with what has been said during the previous roundtable, really it is a matter of having the culture of what is AI, what are the risks related to AI, what are the specificities of AI, what are the specificities of AI in defense, and building a kind of conviction, personal conviction about the fact that it can work in such context with such limitation. And when we will reach this level of knowledge, of culture, it will be easier to adopt, I would say.
Loïc, maybe?
Yeah, maybe just one more thing about user interaction. Trust does not mean we do not have to control. Trust comes with control. And so when we are discussing about user interaction, it's not one user. It's maybe the user which will interact at different level with the AI. And you have direct interaction with user. You can have control feedback, maybe 24 hours later, maybe a month later, about batch of action to control that all the decision taken by different person with the AI was consistent. You can have sometimes, you can sometimes test the user with fake answer to be sure that he still concentrate on the context. So it's not just a one-one interaction between the user and the AI, but the system of all stakeholders which interact with AI, including designer and people which are testing it. So
maybe a reaction on that. I think this discussion is crucial at the adoption phase we're currently in, because right now trust is not already there, and so we have to build it. We have to build the trust with the armed forces, with DGA, to convince that, yes, these systems can be qualified, we could trust it. Then we have to convince the armed forces, but the soldier, to use the system and to trust the system. So yeah, here we have the different explainability needed for the personnel. But ultimately, this discussion will fade, because at the end, the user wants to use the altimeter without having to understand every knock inside it. He wants to trust the system, point, period. And so here, we circle back to the first discussion, is that this is valid in terms of process, when the system is fixed. It doesn't change. Because once you used it enough, you start to trust it, but it doesn't change. But if it starts to change every morning, or every week, or every month, you almost start over the trust process. Or you might still trust the system, but the system now degrades in terms of performance because, I don't know, it might be trained wrong, the new version is wrong, but you didn't have time to check it. So this process of explainability, I hope, will kind of fade at some point because we will build the trust and go for it. But if the system continuously change, we'll have to find a way to continuously also assess if we can still trust and the instinct we build within the system.
And it's limited by the ODD we mentioned earlier, because maybe you didn't encounter a specific situation which you don't have trust yet in. Thanks for the great insight. As a third and last topic before doing Q&A, we will interest ourselves to one key aspect of defense activities, which is the chain of command. This defines the relationship between personnel in terms of responsibility and authority. With AI, there is a necessity to ensure this chain of command is enforced. In practice, this chain of command challenges the activities of supervision on AI systems in operation and its end goals. What are your thoughts on this topic for evaluation end goals?
I can start if you want. So regarding the supervision of systems or the monitoring of systems, I think that there are 2 points, at least 2 points, maybe more, but at least 2 points that are important. The first point is monitoring for cybersecurity. And the second point is what I call the runtime assurance, and I will try to explain very quickly what I mean by that. So for cybersecurity, first I should first mention that cybersecurity is not just a matter of monitoring. What is important is to have an AI-based system that is cyber secure by design. So I think it is important to remind this, even if it is obvious for you. At Thales, for instance, we build systems, not only AI-based systems, but AI-based systems that are cyber secure by design. We have, for instance, dedicated friendly hacking unit that is, I would say, creating or developing adversarial attacks in order to test the products during the design phase, in order to make them more robust to cyber attacks. And it is, I would say, what is the state of the art to do when we are dealing with AI systems, in particular mission critical or safety critical systems. So this being said, when we have a product, an AI-based product that is cyber secure by design, we have also to consider monitoring capabilities in order first to be able to detect in real time some deviation regarding the expected behavior. We can also analyze a sequence of input data in order to detect some abnormal patterns in this historical data that can be related to a cyber attack. And we can also analyze trends in the input data or in the output data of the model in order to anticipate and raise an alarm in order to avoid a major failure of the system. So that's why we are talking about multi-timescale monitoring, because we can react at, we can have real-time monitoring on historical data, and also monitoring on trends. This is the first point. The second point is the runtime assurance. So the monitoring is very important for the runtime assurance. So what is the runtime assurance? Traditionally, we build systems and we provide evidences for the competent authority in charge of the approval of the system. We provide, I would say, sufficient evidence that the system has been developed correctly according to the specification, according to the intent, to the intended use. So this is called development assurance, and it means a set of requirements and a verification report that show to the authority that we have the right system that is behaving correctly. And the competent authority can audit these artifacts in order to build its conviction. For AI-based systems, we are not able to build all the evidences at design phase. We also need to build trust during the execution of the model. So that's why we are talking about runtime assurance, meaning the evidence produced in operation when the system is in operation by, for instance, giving evidence that the AI model is working on its specified operational design domain, that it is in its safe envelope and not outside the envelope. It is important because when we are dealing with AI system and autonomous system, the weight of this runtime assurance compared to the a priori development assurance will increase actually. If you have, I would say, if you compare the weight of the runtime assurance for fully automated system, you will see that a lot of evidence about the correct behavior of an autonomous system will be provided at runtime. So it is, I would say, a shift or a move in the way we are traditionally building the evidence related to a system, because the competent authority should acknowledge the fact that some of the evidence it will require will come in operation through these mechanisms that we are putting in place into the AI-based systems.
Maybe a quick point, I see we're kind of out of time. I think the question that we have in the chain of command is obviously the responsibility that will fall down across the line in using this kind of system. And I think the major point that should be embedded inside the thinking of the AI designer is the kind of rules of engagement that the military will abide to. And these can change. These can change depending on the situation. Sometimes, I wouldn't say we'll say there will be a free fire zone. I think this kind of disappear from the past, but they will have rules of engagement more laxed at some point when we're going to be in high intensity wars. So embed this inside the system will be helpful to know whether or not the system will abide to these kind of rules of engagement or not. And we need to have the way to compute like this kind of envelope of behavior of the system to know whether or not it will abide to the rules of engagement at that time that we choose to abide to. This is the kind of stuff that we do, for example, in my company, trying to compute that in order to see whether or not we can prove before we send the system in, whether or not it will comply to it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, and maybe to complete that, I want to add a keyword that has already been said, which is accountability. As we have a system which is evolving faster, with piece of data coming from there, and I will say not only piece of data, piece of models too, because we have foundation models, we have models that have been pre-trained, we have, when we are dealing with AI system, it's just several models that are used to build, design, adapt, extend, existing function inside your system. So all this piece that you put in your AI components to provide the function, you have to know who decide to do what. And as we say earlier, we want it to be done faster. So we need to have an ability to track who propose what, who decide what, who accept this version in which condition. So tracking the accountability of all decisions which lead to make evolution of an AI component inside the field, it's a key element. It's another user interaction, but a user interaction on the system design, not on the system in operation. But accountability is a key word, and it cannot be just a sideway process, which is with paper and stample. It has to be an integrated process inside the AI design to provide in operation this ability to interact with people who design the next version of a system, to be able to track who contribute, who decide, and how we can make this tractable for safety, but also to understand how it is done.
Thanks, Rick. Alice, if you have one short...
Yeah, I do. I just want to say, we don't actually think that AI will fundamentally change command relationships. Control is always a choice, right? Everyone here who's been in command knows that it is a continuous activity and that it involves delegation to agents, right? So there's nothing about AI that's going to fundamentally change that. It will still be a choice with those adopting AI, how they want to exercise that control, the same way right now commanders decide how to exercise control over their subordinates.
Thank you. Do we still have time for some question? Just one question for the assembly.
The best one. There will be a contest.
Okay, there's no question from the assembly. Too bad. I have one question though. All the discussion we've had today, we didn't discuss any autonomous AI. And this is something that is off the table from what I understand from our discussion. What are your thoughts on this in a quick sentence?
Well, I recuse the term autonomous. In the standardization committees, we are fighting this autonomous word because from the Latin etymology, it means auto and nomos, which is the one who makes its own rules, which is definitely not what we want. We don't want the system to define its own rules. We want it to abide to ours. So I would rather talk about highly automated system, for example, rather than autonomous.
That's all? Pate?
Maybe I would say, and it's not a disagreement with Arnaud, but just to say that there are some community of interest related to autonomous system that use this term. So I think that it's something that is already well accepted, well adopted by the industry, but also by the military forces. And actually, autonomy should be seen as a property of a system, like robustness is a property. And this property has several levels. 1 to 4, 1 to 5, according to the domains, and in this autonomy levels are two dimensions. There is the level of automation, as Arnaud said, but there is also a dimension which is the interaction between the machine, the system, and the human, and the delegation of authority from the operator to the machine. And this is what characterizes a lot autonomy, and this is where we have to work a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for the great conversation, and have a nice night.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. If you want to know more about the opportunities and risks of AI in defense as a frontier, you can join the Devalier Amphitheater, or otherwise to stay here for the burning subject, frugal AI, responsibility and sustainability. The next session will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may have a seat to our last roundtable to wrap this afternoon up. I'm happy to welcome on stage Frédéric Grelot, my estimated colleague from the AMIAD, French Agency of Artificial Intelligence in Defense, who will host this roundtable and discussions. You will be joined by Henri Sédou, CEO of Parrots, Hugues Verboeuf from the Shift Project, and André Loscroc-Pietri, president of the Joint European Disruptive Initiative, the JEDI. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Margot. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being with us today and this week at the AI Action Summit in France, in Paris in particular. We'll talk about a subject that might not be the top subject of AI. That's maybe not the idea that you have when you think about AI. That's frugality. We've heard lots of announcements those last few days, those last few weeks and months and years, basically, about AI. And frugality is usually not the top idea that comes to mind. However, we are here in a military talks session. And as has been said several times this afternoon, in the military domain, we sometimes face constraints that compels us to do frugality and maybe deal with sparseness of resources and so on. So frugality is a real topic in the military space. Furthermore, those last year there has been also lots of work around making AI models more efficient. We talk a lot about large language models, but people also try to do the same things with smaller models or different things. So that's some topics that we'll address today. And for this, we have our three panelists here that I will ask them for help on the topic, because I think that they're facing it even more frequently than I do. And first of all, we'll start with basically a definition of what we mean by frugal AI. And I'll give the mic to Henri Sédou, CEO of Parrot. So you might have known Parrot for his leisure drones some years ago, and as I think it was Sébastien Lecornu this afternoon who said that AI basically comes from the civil world to the military world, a bit like drones have started to be developed in the civil world, and now I know that Parrot work mostly with businesses. So I will ask you, what do you see, and how AI is frugal in your domain?
Yes, thank you very much. So at Parrot, we do small drones. The small drone is for the military, 1 kilo drone, which is used for reconnaissance, that can fly up to 1 hour and travel up to 30 kilometers. Those small drones, they are based on the same technology of your smartphone. And they use mostly or only the components coming from the consumer electronic business. So for me, frugal means the AI you can run in a single chip. And today, the drones we do have a lot of neural network features, and they are full of AI. At Parrot, we have a team around 250 engineers to design those small drones, and it's close that half of this team is doing AI algorithm or developing AI for the drone. So the frugal drone, I mean the AI everywhere on small devices who are not so expensive, is already there. I mean in the drones we ship.
Yeah, so you already made the move from the civilian drones basically to something that can be used on battlefields.
Yes, so the previous civilian drone we did was named Anafi AI, so because it has AI. And the actual drone, the latest drone we launched, called Anafi UKR, because it has been done with the Ukrainian users and army, and is also full of AI. So maybe the question is, what do the AI inside the small drone? It does a lot. So it does three basic things. So the first one is obstacle avoidance. Obstacle avoidance is flying from point A to point B, and if there is something happening in the middle of an obstacle, it's find another trajectory, another path to do it. So it's the core of autonomy. The second thing is recognizing patterns in images and also track patterns on the images. So it's following people, following interesting things. And the most important thing is flying autonomously without GPS, means having a map of the country in the memory. It's like a cell phone has hundreds of gigs of flash memory. So you have the map of the complete Ukraine and able to find with your camera your position on the map. So the drones that we ship today have all the bricks for complete autonomy.
Yeah, we'll go back to Ukraine in particular, because I know that, I mean, in the limit of what you can share with us, I think that the audience here will be happy to know a bit more about what Parrot does there. But first, as we're trying to define what frugality is in AI, I'm very happy to have with us here Hugh Frebus from the Shift Project. The Shift Project is a think tank that works mostly, I would say, on ecological and environmental topics. So as we speak here in frugality with our own constraints and our own goal, I find it very interesting to have the opinion of a think tank working on different constraints, basically, to give us our a view about what frugality is in those domains.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. There are several ways to answer the question. The one way is to try to explain that frugality is quite different from efficiency. And probably I will start with this point of view. Roughly speaking, efficiency is something you try to achieve, that when you have defined a set of needs or a task, and you are trying to execute this task in the most efficient way, which means, in particular, with as less energy as possible per unit. That's the definition of efficiency. Frugality comes from a different angle and probably also corresponds to another mindset. Frugality corresponds to a situation where you have a defined set of resources. You know that you have to be able to meet some needs, and you have to find a way to meet these needs within the constraints that you have, because you can't change these constraints. Okay? And that means that you may have to redefine the needs you're trying to meet if you don't find a way to meet them with the energy you have. Okay? That's the definition of frugality. So, in other words, frugality, if you engage into frugality, that means that you have in mind that you know your resources, you know how they're going to evolve, and you're going to come up with a solution that fits with these sets of resources. Okay, that's the first way to answer your question. The second way to answer your question is, I'm going to be a bit provocative, is that frugal AI is exactly the opposite of what we have seen in the last 2 years, at least in the general public. Okay, the current way to do Gen AI is anything but frugal. The current projection shows that if all the, let's say, both financial plans and technical plans are executed as promised, probably the energy consumption of data centers in the world is going to triple between 2023 and 2030. So you see it's completely the opposite of frugality. Okay. And the third way to answer your question is to relate this to the fact that now there is a definition, a very complete definition of what frugal AI could be, because it is part of the AFNOR specifications, and that was published a few months ago. Okay, and it's quite interesting to see that there was a need to define such specifications and to precise what frugal AI could be.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think, I don't know if those specifications from the AFNOR have been read, but by the previous people on the stage here, but I heard the Netherlands Ministry of Defense is saying that maybe it was about responsibility AI, but they said that responsibility AI in some cases might be not to use AI, which is basically also one of the points of these specifications that takes the system as a whole and to try to decide in resource-constrained environments if frugal AI might, in some cases, be not to use AI at all.
Yeah, and that is the starting point of these frugal AI specifications. The first question to ask is, do you need to go with AI or not? And sometimes it's obvious, and sometimes it's not.
Exactly. And as we are switching to use cases, and the cases where we might or we want or we can use AI, I give the voice to André Loskrug-Pietri. Sorry. You are the president of JEDI, the Joint European of Disruptive Initiative. Yeah, maybe in Europe we might lack GPUs, but we have ideas. And let's talk about that and about the initiatives and maybe our international leaders in Europe in this field, where maybe a frugal or more frugal approach of AI might help being international as well.
Thank you very much, and great to be here. At the age of 30, a human being has consumed approximately 5 kilowatt-hour to train. So right now, when everybody talks about AGI and artificial intelligence becoming close to human intelligence, we should first ask ourselves, okay, what is the benchmark? Our brain. And right now, recent papers estimate that we are 4 to 6 orders of magnitude less efficient. So completely agree with what Hugues just said, is that we're very, very far from being optimized. So that's point number one. That would be my definition of frugality. It's not just a kind of a value statement, a resource efficiency issue, but it's really how do we train to be the best? Second thing, there's a word that has not been pronounced since, and personally I think this probably could have been the motto of this AI summit, is what just happened with DeepSeek. We are seeing that the traditional LLMs with huge compute, massive amounts of tokens and parameters, etc., well, has been disrupted. Obviously, with Chinese announcement, we always have to be very careful. There's been a lot probably not included, but if we follow their paper, which, by the way, is recognized by the scientific community by being an excellent paper that just came out, they used for 57 hours, 2048 relatively old GPUs, the H800s, to train their model, which is today as performing in terms of quality of inference than the most recent LLMs of OpenAI and the open weight Llama 3. So that is very interesting, because it's a great sign of hope that frugality is not just again a value, but it's a way to actually disrupt and have a so-called, I mean, some people say it's a Sputnik shock, some people it's not. Little side note, and I'm sorry to be a little bit provocative here too, why the hell didn't it happen from France and Europe? I mean, we are the ones who are energy constrained. We should have developed that. So I think, we talk a lot about retex in this house, and I think that's the good thing. A little bit of retex, why it didn't happen. But let's not just spend time. So the third thing is, what could it allow? And when you look a little bit more in detail on the DeepSeek R1, you realize they worked on all the parameters. They worked on the algorithms, on the software part. They worked, of course, on the quality of data. And I think that would be a point I think we need to when you look at high frugality, you also look at high quality data. And where do you need high quality data? Healthcare, and of course national security or finance. You cannot allow huge uncertainty or hallucinations. And they also worked on the hardware part. When you look a little bit what they did, they used this old H100, I mean old, previous generations, and use new cooling techniques and actually push the limits of what we would say here in this house, the specs, and they actually did much better with semiconductors. So I mean, the conclusion of that is that innovation comes. Frugality for me is not a constraint, it's actually the mother of all invention. It should be what drives us. I think it's a great sign of hope. Now you can ask yourself, are we going the right direction by still, looking at these huge data centers, etc.? I mean, I cannot help, and maybe we can unpack that a little bit, to think that this announcement arrived 4 days after the inauguration of Trump. I mean, for me, it's a hybrid warfare. I mean, the Chinese, it's not a coincidence that they basically erased 1,000 billion valuation of the financial markets in the US just by this announcement. And right now, there's a lot of discussion among investors and users. Are actually the models in which we believe the right way to go? Should we change our way? And I think this is a call for action for us here, that actually the cards can be reshuffled. But I think we need to take the train here and also think, okay, what is going to be the next frontier on frugality? Is it on energy? It's on a number of parameters. And initially, a lot of our stars here in France and in Europe were very much on small parameters. Remember, Mistral was on 7 billion parameters when they started, compared to GPT-4, which was over 1,000 billion. I think we need to keep that mindset, because that allows us to probably create strategic surprise, which we need obviously for our armed forces.
Well, thank you. You mentioned Mistral, who just announced yesterday also a partnership with another European companies, I think, which is presenting also during these military talk sessions. So as we're on use cases, maybe, Henry, you might go a bit further into, I would say, the capabilities. I don't know what you're allowed to share with us, but at least what you've been able to achieve, especially in Ukraine, as you mentioned that field previously. So if you can share your experience And just after that, I'll have a question that I just noted here with what Andre said to go for the discussion.
Thank you. So small drones with AI are available. Those drones have the possibility to be very, very autonomous. So what is the need of the Ukrainian, what they are taking in the technology to use it on the field and the front? Not a lot. I mean, it's still to be discovered what to do with embedded AI into devices. It's not a simple answer. I think the main question that the Ukrainian answer to is the frugality of the drones themselves, the device they use. They don't have it's a country that they have a huge problem, I mean a huge military problem, and not a large amount of resources, so they have to do they have to build. They probably built 1 million drones last year. They have to build drones that the cost of the drone is low, is around $500. You know, so what can you do with AI, which is absolutely impossible to do with a very low-priced drone? And this is a question of discovering of how to use the technology. I mean, the technology is there. The technology is there into your smartphone. How much it is needed in Ukraine is a big question. For example, when we start putting AI into drones, our goal was autonomy. I mean, autonomy by obstacle avoidance, doing things without the supervision of a pilot, and doing things very smart. And we have demonstrated things very smart, where the drone is really autonomous as much as an autonomous car in a demo. I mean, not in the real life. They're doing really the full piloting. The need for this is not big. Even it's very long and costly to train drone pilots on a small FPV drone who are very difficult to pilot, and it takes weeks and weeks to train the pilot. It's very often it's better than the autonomous drone, because the price, because the time also it takes to program autonomous thing. So the main feature, and it was not expected from the Ukrainian certainly, and from us also, that UI provide to small drones is to fly without GPS, to be able to fly in areas where the GPS is not available, and the GPS is not available in most of the front line, and so it's a very interesting AI question. Especially when you take the question in finding your place on a map, but you have the map, you have a Google map, or you have plenty of very good data for maps. But what do you do in winter? And half of the year is winter, you know. What do you do by night, or not by night, but by the long, low light hours on the day? And all of this, we work on solution, we have solution, etc. So flying without GPS, finding your place on a map with an image from a camera is a difficult task, but it's a task that it is achievable by a single chips and the kind of computing that you have into your smartphone.
Okay, so that's the kind of things you've been able to do with in closed loop integration with the team on the fields, or it was something that was developed on your own laboratory, then tried with them, or maybe you cannot understand the question.
It's a lot of work.
Answer the question.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next, we've been talking about what we are already doing in AI, especially in the military field, but not only. I'd like to have a word from you about more prospective topics that frugal AI might allow, and what perspective you see in this maybe non-mainstream field of AI. So maybe Andre first about, especially as you're working in a European initiative, what are the initiatives, what are the programs that Europe promotes to encourage this field?
Yeah, maybe for those who don't know Jedi, just 10 seconds. We've craft and finance projects which are game changers, which are too risky for the private sector, but that can, allow us to be back again in the lead in 3 big areas: energy, life sciences, and computing. And I wanted just to build on what Henri said, under your control, Henri, but there is still what you said on GPS blurring. It's not just in the military domain. I mean, there is no apparently there's no single flight now to Asia out of Europe that does not have 1 or 2 times a GPS signal interruption, be it over Iran or avoiding Syria, etc. So it is a huge issue. There is a second topic when you read the paper of Admiral Stavridis, who considers that drone swarms is one of the, for him, I'm quoting him, ultimate game changers. And I'm not talking about what you saw on the 14th of July for the Olympics, where you saw the different Olympic, for those who were in Paris, disciplines, icons displayed with drones, or what you see at Disneyland or at Le Puy-Fou, where you have thousands of drones flying together. These are groups of drones. Swarms, meaning totally independent, where you have advanced drones who will scout the terrain, those who are going to do the mapping, the third one who are going to regroup in case some of the drones are shot down, and moving independently. I understand that from the technology we can do that over terrain. It's still a huge frontier of science and technology to do that over water, because you have much less reference points. So these are topics which are probably game changers for all the big objects that we have. I mean, let's be very clear. If we have a wonderful, and I hope those from the Marine will not hate me after saying that, we have a great aircraft carrier, it's not going to be destroyed by drones, but when you have 100 drones who are going to overwhelm the defense and focus, I don't know, on the landing system, well, you suddenly have a carrier that cannot launch anymore any jets, and you have a lot of billions floating on the water, but a bit less useful. So I think it's very, very important. And so the frugality will allow 2 things: resilience, because it will allow us not to depend from an energy source from outside, and secondly, it will increase the duration that we can be independent and outside of a charging station or what. And if you believe in the fact that we are going to massive dronification, and not just the flying drones, the robots, the terrestrial drones, marine drones, etc. I mean, we all see what's happening with this company. I'm not making any advertising here, like Anduril, who is pushing it to the limit. This company did not exist in 2017. They're already apparently doing $2 billion contracts from the DoD. And they are, I would say, frugal AI inside because they are implementing that in objects that need to be independent. So I think these are areas, frontiers, where frugality is linked with storage, where it's linked to much more efficient compute, where it's linked with much smarter algorithms, and I think it allows completely new tactics on the terrain.
Well, I hope our companies in France or in Europe will actually tackle this domain. I know that some of them already do.
And keep in mind, Ukraine apparently, from its communication, has more than 1 million drones in production. I don't know, Henri knows that probably much better than me, how much it's communication, how much it's true. Putin also recently announced that they are bringing from 100,000 to more than 1 million drones production per year. If we only think in terms of also sovereignty, once the war will be over, and hopefully one day it will be, you can imagine that it's actually going to be Ukraine who will have a real edge on this area. So I hope, and I know companies like Parrot and others are doing their best to keep up and to be even better.
Yes, and before giving the voice to you as well on this topic, I forgot just the question that I had for you earlier, because Andre mentioned data quality. How do we get good data, especially from the field, from the military field? Is it something that's a really issue when you want to build this AI project, or you manage? Maybe that's also where frugal AI, by the sparseness of data or its sometimes capability of using less data, might help. Is that a challenge that you are able to tackle at Parrot?
Data is a very interesting question. In the case of autonomous drone, making data for, we have one process which is done by AI, which is called sensing. So you have cameras and you have to modelize to sense the space around you. For this, we have developed automated processors to annotate the data. I mean, we do huge 3D reconstructions of complete scenes, and then we use those data to annotate the image from the cameras. We have the same kind of question in understanding the terrain, the field with images, and we have a semi means nearly fully automated ways to annotate the data. And I mean not the AI on the device, but the AI to qualify and annotate the data is a big job. It's super interesting, and the AI we use are not so big. It's not like a language model, so it's still frugal enough. But what is frugal for us is the need of manpower to get high quality, large amount of data, and this is very important to do.
Well, thank you, and I think there's also a lot to say also in regard to what was said earlier by Admiral Vandier about the fact that systems have to be seen as platforms now, where the data is the central point and built around the data, which is basically one of the points where you mentioned how do we get the data from the field. I'll let you use help us maybe keep our feet on the ground about AI by maybe trying to have, I don't know if it will be optimistic or pessimistic perspective for the future. What are your thoughts on on frugal AI, might it be enough, and might it be one of the, or at least part of the solution for our future?
Enough? No, probably not. But I will get back to my colleague just said. I think frugal AI is a way to go. Not only because we need, in general, to find ways to reduce our energy consumption, and we know we need to do that if we want to fight climate change. And climate change is not stopping because we have invented generative AI. Unfortunately, not. So, and at the moment, I repeat, but I think it's quite important. If we follow the way that has been shown by our American friends and the providers, it's clear that it's going to drive up dramatically the energy consumption. And we know also, for sure, that we won't be able to reduce GHG emissions if we do not reduce energy consumption. Because if we do not, we will not be able to transit quickly enough from fossil energy to renewable energy. There's a lot of literature about that, and you can go to IEA report, International Energy Agency, for instance. So, so it's one reason to go for frugality, if frugality is the only way to reduce energy consumption. And I come back to efficiency. Efficiency, at first sight, is also a way to reduce energy consumption. Unfortunately, there is something called the rebound effect. I don't know if you are familiar with that, but the rebound effect is a phenomenon that implies that when you come up with an innovation which is more efficient, you are actually going to use this innovation not to do the same thing and using less energy, but doing more things and using at least as much energy as before. Okay? And that's something which has been going on for 10, 20, 50, 100 years, because this thing was identified by a guy called Jevons in the 19th century about the coal industry. Okay, I will stop on this rebound effect, but it's something which is central in the digital industry, and it explains 80% of the issue and of the increase of the environmental footprint of the digital industry. So the consensus today is that if we want to be able to reduce the footprint, the digital footprint, we have to find ways to introduce frugality in the way we use digital, in the way we design digital, in the way we operate digital. And this is completely adverse to the dominant business models which are at work in the digital industry, and these dominant business models happen to be on one side American and on the other side Chinese. Okay. So if we want to take a European perspective, I think there are several reasons why we should go with frugal AI. The first one is to fight about climate change. The second reason is that, as it was said, we are the ones who are going to lack enough energy. We know that the US are autonomous, Chinese probably too. And we know that if we do not find a way to reduce our energy consumption, we will actually increase our dependency either to one side or to the other. So going for frugal AI is actually a way to increase or to get back our sovereignty somewhere. Okay, and the third reason is that, and that's a personal opinion, but I've been for some time in the industry, and I know that in terms of strategy, if you try to do as the other one, but one side you are late and you have less resources, probably you are not going to be able to win. Okay, so you have to find a way to change the game and to disrupt. And frugal AI is exactly what it could be. So I agree completely with my neighbor. It should be actually at the center of the current summit, and it's going to be mentioned, but it's extremely important actually.
Well, I'm very happy that we can at least have the topic and the debate here.
But who knows? You know, the president is talking as we are on this panel, so maybe he's announcing a moonshot on frugal AI. Let's watch what he just said.
Yeah, I think we'll all watch it just after. I didn't have the live of his public speech, so. I see that time is flying, and I don't know if there are some questions in the audience for our three panelists here. I don't know. Otherwise, I do have my own questions anyway, so it won't make you leave earlier if you don't ask the questions. Just in a few words for each one of you. What should be, according to you, the biggest, the highest incentive toward frugal AI? What should, because I think that the three of you, as you mentioned, are benefiting from less resource intensive AI, basically. So what should be the biggest incentive toward that? I don't know, Henry, if you have some...
For me, the question of AI is in the other way, you know. AI is there. It's not a big deal of footprint of computing in embedded devices, because we have the phone, and they have billions of phones made with very state-of-the-art chip with AI accelerators, etc. The big question of AI is like apps on the phones, you know, or apps or application on your computer. You know, is you have the computer, we have the AI, what to do, you know, with it, you know. And frugal on the way, is it valuable, you know? Is it useful? Is it so I think the question of the AI today is this: is not is it coming, or is it powerful, or is it efficient? It is efficient. It is coming. It is powerful. But what do you want to do with it? And it's a big field for innovation, like on the telephone industry. Most of the innovation came from apps.
Well, thank you. Jud, if...
I'm not sure what you mean by incentive, because is it what you're trying to achieve, or is it what lever do you want to take?
What lever?
Ah, yeah. Okay. I think if you come up with frugal AI, you will be more efficient, because you will provide exactly what you need, and not tons of things that actually you don't need. I'm saying that because it's been a little bit the problem in the digital industry in the past 10, 15 years. So no, I think we have to take a step back and trying to understand what do we want to use AI for. Okay. And I think naturally we'll get back to frugality.
Yeah, probably in some domains, definitely, and as you say, maybe fighting differently from competitors also. And André?
Well, I think if we take a view from defense, I'm not going to tell anybody something new, that it's all about speed and mass. Some people call it scale, some people call it mass. And I think the term of frugality, if I may say, without going into like a lot of wording, gives a sense that we're trying to have kind of a moral aspect of it, and maybe I will disagree on that with Hugues in order to get a little bit of excitement here on this panel. But I think this climate change topic, we need to do that for the planet. Sorry, it has not worked for the moment. So we need to say what is going to help the mission. So what we need is resilience. Well, frugality is about resilience because you are more independent from big energy sources. Some would say from Russian gas or from Saudi oil. Resilience. Second thing, we need portability. I mean, we have a massive dronification happening in all our armed forces. That's how the new battlefield is looking like. And you can do portable things if you don't need to go back to large computing centers in order to process your request. If you can do that on chip, like was said before by Henry. So I would prefer the word. Then you need a quality of data. You need to remove the fog of war. The difference with AI compared to before you had a precision. I mean, a text was 90% right or 95% right. Today you have a 70% probability that the result is right. I mean, AI is about probability. It's probabilistic. So it's actually creating doubt in the result. We could see in recent conflicts that some were ready to go actually beyond this doubt for targeting and so on. Do we want to do that? Probably not. So the more you increase the quality of data, the less you will need necessarily massive amount of tokens in order to have quality inference. And the last thing I would say, and this is again not a moral thing, it's about accessibility. If we want to have AI distributed, and that's what the Ukrainians teach us, is that they produce drones on the front line. They don't have a massively centralized system. It's this concept of total defense and not just of, military defense. I mean, today our societies are at risk. So the more we distribute the capacity to have access to AI, and not everybody will have huge computing power, etc., the more we will increase the accessibility, the more we will empower people, and that is going to provide us, I think, much better resilience in national security. I mean, it's also a way to have much more of the population involved and not just a little fraction.
Well, thank you to the three of you. I'm very happy that we had this discussion at the end of the day today, because I think it really reflects also on many things that have been said earlier. I heard the word frugality at least twice or three times maybe during the afternoon before using it a lot here. So I hope that this roundtable helped you have maybe a better. Oh, there is a question here. I don't know. Do we have time for a question? No. Well, sorry. So we can talk just after that. So yeah, I hope that this discussion helped you maybe get some meaning, a better meaning on about what AI frugality means, and I hope also some perspective for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's the end of our event. It was a true honor to host this event, and we hope that you enjoyed your participation. just remind that the exhibition space will be remained open until 7 p.m. I wish you a safe return.